In this full tutorial, we will make this top-down 2D game. As you can see, we can shoot and we have lighting system. And if we die, if I just press down space key, as you can see, the game just loaded up one more time. And if you want to make the menu and audio, want to add audio to your game, then I will have a video in the description, or link, basically the links I'm gonna give in the description. You can go and check them out. All of them, something like you just want to make the levels, adding audio and all kind of things you can do. I'm gonna give, and also the assets will be in the description. Assets links, basically I'm gonna give a link in the description of all of these assets that we're going to use in this tutorial. And before I jump into, I want to thank awesome Patreon supporter Michelle, Arvir, Rio, Lexi K, and lastly Drakens. Thank you so much for donating in this month. And if you want to do guys, you can do by going into description. I have a link in the description of my Patreon page. You can do, and you can donate, or you can just take membership, and after that you're gonna unlock some benefit as well. So let's jump right into it. Project. So we have game tab over here. You might have anywhere in Unity editor. Let's suppose you lost any of these tabs. Let's suppose I lost this console tab. If I just close this tab, as you can see, it's gone. It's not anymore in our Unity editor. So don't panic. What you can do to find that, or to find any tab, you need to go over to window in the top and scroll down, says general, and you can find the tab you lost recently. So in my case, this console, so I'm gonna bring that up. Or also you can see the shortcut key, which is Control Shift plus C. So just click on that. It's just came out instantly, as you can see. So I'm gonna toggle it down anywhere. You can toggle it any tab anywhere you want. I'm gonna toggle it down in the bottom section where it was before, and I'm gonna change the color of this main camera. To change that, go over to hierarchy, select the main camera, go over to inspector, scroll down, says camera, and then click on this background, and I'm gonna choose something like this dark black, and I guess it's pretty fine. So let's create our player game object. So in order to do that, let's go to hierarchy, right click, then go to 2D object, sprite, and then I'm gonna choose this square. It's totally up to you what you want to choose. And let's go to inspector, right click on the transform and reset it. So it will reset the position 0 0 0 in the we can see by over here clicking. This is our move tool, and we can move this game object in the x-axis, in the y-axis, as well as in the z-axis. And this game object has three axes: x-axis, y-axis, and the depth one, which is z-axis. And to reset it position, what you have to do, you just need to go over to inspector, right click on transform and reset it. So it will reset the position in the x0, in the y0, as you can see. And this transform component has this position, rotation, and scale. We can scale this in the x-axis, we can scale in the y, as well as in the z. We don't need the z one, so we're gonna go over to transform one more time. Let's right click and reset it. And what we want, let's add some components to this game object. So firstly, obvious thing, we're gonna add a rigid body, and we will set that to 0. Why? Because rigid body add gravity to this game object. It's gonna add up. Before we do that, let's rename this game object to something like player. In order to do that, let's select the game object in hierarchy, let's right click on it, or go over to inspector. You can rename it over here. So I'm gonna rename this to player, and let's add some components to this game object. So first thing, I'm gonna add a rigid body. So let's select the game object first and click on add component, and find there by typing rigid body 2D, and it's just gonna add up rigid body right away, sorry, gravity right away. As you can see, mass which says 1. We can scale up the mass. If we just scale this up, the gravity will be intense, twice more intense, and it's gonna depend upon mass and gravity scale. You can increase the gravity. I'm gonna leave it with 1. And to play this, in the top you can see 3 buttons. So just first one is play, the second one is pause, and the third one step or the skip. So we're gonna play our game. To play, in order to play, let's click on this play button, and it's gonna play our game in the game view. The game will be broadcast in our game view, and we can see it, and it's gonna fall down due to our gravity. Why? Because we added up a rigid body, as you can see, and rigid body, a 2D component, is responsible for adding up gravity. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. To get out of play mode, click on this play button one more time, so you're gonna be out of that play mode. And in order to move this left and right, up and down, before we do that, let's add one more component. And we're gonna set this rigid body type to kinematic. Why? Because for gravity, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity, it will be kinematic. And collision detection, let's choose continuous. Let's add the component which is box collider 2D for collision detection. So let's click on this add component, and let's find over there box collider 2D. And if you take a closer look, select the game object and F2 focus on it. As you can see, and green line just added up. If you take a closer look, sorry, you're gonna able to see a green line just added up right away once we added this box collider. I hope you get the idea. And once it's done, let's add up a script to move this game object left and right, up and down, depending upon what key we holding down. To do so, in order to do that, let's create a script. To create a script, select the game object first, so in our case player, and let's go over to inspector and click on this add component, and in the bottom you can see new script. So just click on that and name the script what you want. So I already have created something, name it player movement or player. After doing that, click on create and add, but I already have created, so I'm gonna go over to project tab, then assets, and in script folder I just created. So other way to create a script, just go over to project tab, then asset, right click on assets, then create. Firstly create a folder and name that folder to something like script, and then right click on that script or into these assets, then go to create and C# script and name it to something like player. So I already have it over here, that script. So I'm gonna select the player game object in hierarchy, and let's select that script and drag it to add component section. Now double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. As you can see, by default we have start function and update function. So this start function get called when the game start right away, this function get called, and this update function get called over again and again and again. Basically this function get called every single time. So what we want to do, we want to move this game object or this player game object left and right, up and down. To move this, what we need, if we select this player, go over to inspector, then transform, play around with X and Y position, we can see player indeed moving up and down and left and right. So we need to go over to this transform. So let's set back to 0 one more time. So let's right click on transform and reset the position, and let's go to our script. So in order to move, let's create a variable first. So let's go to top of our class. So variable are just like container, or we can put values there and we can use them later on to do some specific things. So we can make this one public, so we can see the field underneath our player script. We're gonna able to see that field. So instead of doing that, we're gonna use this, make this square brackets and type over here serialized field. Basically this is the same thing as public, so you can see the field or right underneath your script. But the problem is that in this serialized field, you're not gonna able to see this field or not gonna able to call this field from another script, but you're gonna able to see this field underneath your player script. So that's the thing. So this makes our code lot more cleaner. So that's why we using serialized field instead. And the container type or the variable type is float. Basically are those number which comes with decimal places like 1.5, 0.4 and zero point 0.2, something like that. And also whole numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4 is also float numbers, and we can call this. So let's call this one something movement. And you can set any value you like. You can set equal to 0, and make sure you just put f at the end. F right over here basically referencing float, so make sure you just do that. And also make sure you just close that off with semicolon. So basically this line of code get ends right over here, because we put semicolon, as you can see. So serialized field, it just make our field public, so we can see the field underneath our player script, right over here something. And we name that field something like I guess movement, we name it, as you can see. And instead of movement, I'm gonna call this one movement horizontal or x movement. So let's call this one something like x movement. It's totally up to you what you want to call, because for now we're gonna try out left and right, so that's why, or the horizontal. So let's set back to 0. Let's go to script, and now let's move to update function. And we do know that update function runs every single frame, so that's why we're gonna go right there, because we need to move this game object every single frame to the right or left, depending upon what key we holding down. So to do so, let's go to script, and we will go to this update function, and we will use this input dot get axis. So for now we're gonna just take the horizontal, basically the horizontal axis or the x axis. So that's why this input dot get axis over here gonna take in quotation in which axis you want to do. So in our case horizontal for now, so in quotation we're gonna type horizontal. Make sure you just typing as I did over here, and close that up with semicolon, so that this line of code get ends right over here. So this function gonna give us a -1, +1 or 0, depending upon what key we holding down. And this input dot get axis horizontal just map up with our keyboard A and D key. So let's suppose you hold down A key, so this function over here gonna give us -1, or it will be a minus value. And instead of you hold down A key, instead if you hold down D key, so this function right over here gonna give us +1 or 1. So this can be +1 or -1, depending upon what key we holding down. And let's suppose we just lift off both of those if we lift off our finger from both of those keys, so this input dot get axis horizontal gonna be 0. So it can depend upon what we holding down. So what we will do, we will store the result, basically what we get we're gonna store into this x movement variable or into this container. So let's set equal to this x movement equal to this. So this x movement can be -1, +1 or 0, depending upon what key we holding down. So if we hold down a key, so this right over here this function is gonna keep us -1. So that's why we just storing this -1 now into this x movement. So that's why this x movement gonna be -1. And if we hold down D key, so this will be 1. So that's why this x movement right over here gonna be +1. So, or if we just lift off both of our fingers, then this gonna be 0. So whatever we getting, we just storing into this x movement, and x movement by default is 0, but it's gonna depend upon what key we holding down. So let's check it. make to save your code, whatever you have written, to save that you need to go to top left file, and then you just have to click on save as its script and clear dot cs basically means C# script, and the shortcut key you can see, which is control plus s. So just click on that, or you can just press down control s to save whatever you have done so far. And now let's move to Unity. So that's field just gonna pop up underneath our player script, says x movement, and by default that gonna be 0. Why? Because we set a 0 value, but once we click on this play button and in the play mode try to hold down A and D key, that movement x movement just gonna change right away. As you can see, x movement by default is 0. Now if we click on this play button in the top and try to hold down A and D key, you're gonna see that x movement just gonna be -1, +1, or 0 depending upon what key we holding down. So let's suppose if I hold down D key, as you can see this becomes +1, sorry, if I hold down D key, so this becomes 1, and if I just lift off my finger from that key, now it's became 0, and instead if I press down A key, as you can see this became -1, and if I lift off finger one more time and it became 0. So basically this is working. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Make sure you just get out of play mode by clicking the play button one more time. And what we want to do, basically we want to replace this x position of our player with this movement. So this movement can be, this x movement can be -1, +1, or 0 depending upon what key we holding down. So if we hold down A key, so this will be x movement will be -1, and if we replace this, if we just move to transform, then position and x position, and if we replace this x with this x movement and try to hold down A key, so this x movement gonna be -1, so that's why this over here gonna be -1. So if we put -1, as you can see it's indeed going to the left direction, and if we just put 1 right over here in the x, so it's going in the right direction, and if we put in 0, so as you can see it's just staying at that point. So basically we just want to replace this x with this x movement. To do so, let's double click the script to open it up in Visual Studio, and after checking our input, we will move to transform dot position, and top of that we're gonna add, so plus equally you have to type. So basically top of that we just adding. So what we doing basically right over here, transform dot position, we just moving over to this transform, then accessing this position, and top of that we're gonna add a vector 3. Why? Because this transform dot position is a 3-dimensional data. It has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. So that's why we need to set a plus equal new vector 3. Why? Because this vector 3 has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. And make sure you just close that off with semicolon, and we want to replace this x with our x movement. And we do know that this x movement can be -1, +1, or 0 depending upon what key we holding down. If we hold down A key, then this one will be -1, so that's why this gonna be -1, and if this one becomes -1, so it's gonna go to left direction. So that is the thing. And for now in the y we're gonna put 0f because we want to check for in the x for now, and later on we're gonna check in the up and down. And in the z-axis we don't want to move, which is the depth one, so that's why we're gonna put 0f in the z. And make sure you just multiply this whole thing with time dot delta time. Why? To make frame rate independence. Let's take an example for it. Let's suppose you have a pretty fast computers, so in your case this update function can run in 1 second 120 frames, but I have a little bit slow system, so in my case this update function is gonna run in 1 second 60 frames. So there you can see huge frame rate difference. So 120 and 60, so the difference is 60 frames. So multiplying time dot delta time make frame rate independence, means whatever computer you're gonna use, the frame rate gonna be constant. So that's why we're gonna multiply this time dot delta time. So now whatever computer you're gonna use, it will run in same frame rate. So in my case, it's gonna run something around in 1 second 60 frame. Now even you use a super fast computer, still the frame rate just gonna be same. So it's 60 basically. So that is the thing. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your code. And also let's multiply with the whole thing with some speed. So we or else we're gonna move to the left direction 1 unit every single frame, and the speed just gonna be so little or so you slow, too much slow. So that is the thing. So we're gonna multiply this whole thing with some number so we can speed up our movement. So let's multiply with something like 5f 5f. Or what we can do, instead of hard coding this, we need to come to the script and change this value over again and again to match up the correct speed. Instead of doing this, we're gonna go over to top of our class, and we will make another variable for our spread, and we will make that serialized field, so we can see that field inspector basically underneath our player script, and we can adjust right there. So we don't need to come to this script and change this value over again and again. So let's create that. So let's create a serialized field, and that will be float as well, sorry, float. And we can call this something like move speed. So let's call this one move speed, and by default I'm gonna give something like 5f or 5 unit, and let's replace this 5f with our move speed. So move speed, so we will go to the left direction every single frame. If we hold down a key to the left direction, minus 5 unit. So that is the thing, because this one will be -1, so -1 into this one is 5 by default we said. So -1 into 5 will be -5. So we will go to left direction with 5 unit of speed if we hold down a key, and if we hold down D key instead, so we're gonna go to the right direction. So this one gonna be 1, so 1 into 5 will be 5. So we will go to the right direction every single time with 5 unit speed. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S. Now let's move to Unity. So let's have a look on that, basically check that out. We should hope that that's just gonna happen right away. So as you can see, move speed, and by default we set 5, but we can adjust it over here. We can set it to 10, we can set it to 2, we can set it to 4 and 5, and on so on. So that is the thing. So we don't need to go to the script and change this move speed value over again and again. So that is the cool thing. So now I'm gonna leave with 5. Let's click on this play button in the top, and let's try to hold down A and D key. We should move with this much of speed left and right. Let's have a look on it. So if I hold down A key, as you can see, indeed we're going to the left direction. Now if I try to hold down D key, we're going to the right direction, as you can see, and try to hold and if I just lift off my finger from both of those keys, as you can see, it's just staying right there, because this X movement becomes 0. So basically this one became 0. So 0 into 5 will be 0. So that's why it just staying right there. So movement is totally became 0. So that's why, that is the reason basically. So let's get out of play mode, and now let's talk about up and down movement. To do that, let's go to script one more time. So we're gonna replace this y. For that, we're gonna gather some information. To use that, we're gonna use this input dot get axis, and the axis we want to look for now is that up and down, basically vertical one. As you can see, up and down means the vertical one. So that's why in quotation we're gonna put vertical. So make sure you just spelling it correct, else it's not gonna work. Vertical, and close that off with some colon. So this input dot get access vertical function, we just map map up with our keyboard W and A key. Let's suppose you hold down W key, so this gonna give you plus 1 or 1, and if you hold down D key S key instead, then this function just gonna keep -1. So this gonna be -1 plus 1 or 0 depending upon what key we holding down. So let's store this result into a Y movement as well as I did for X movement. So let's go to top of our class, and what we have to do, we don't need to make it serialized field. Instead we can make it private, but for explanation I'm just making it public, but for this now I'm gonna make it private. So if you make any field like this private, you're not gonna able to see that field underneath your player script. So I'm gonna make this one private, and that will be float, and we can call this one something like Y move meant, and by default you can set it to 0f, but I'm not gonna do that. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon. If you don't set any default value by default, so this gonna be 0. So let's store this value into this Y movement variable or Y movement container, you can say. So let's set equal to Y movement equal to this. So this Y movement can be -1 plus 1 or 0 depending upon what key we holding down. And let's replace this 0. Basically we want to replace this 0 now with Y movement. So this Y movement can be -1 plus 1 or 0. So if it's became +1, so if we put in the Y axis of this player 1 right over here, as you can see we going up direction, and if I put -1, we going down direction. So we just replace this Y axis with that Y movement, this Y movement. So this can be -1 plus 1 or 0. And we also multiplying with that this move speed. So this can be -5 plus 5 or 0. So we will go up and down direction with this much of speed. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your code, and let's go to Unity and let's have a look on that. So if we click on this play button in the top, we should hope that we will go in the up direction with move speed parameter. As you can see, we're not able to see that field which is Y movement, because as you can see we made that field private. And let's suppose you still want to see that this field. To see that, if we just move to Unity, in the top inspector you can see top right you can see 3 dot. So just click on that and click on this debug mode. As you can see now we can see our movement, which is by default is became 0, and we haven't set any default value, so that's why by default it's just becoming 0. As you can see, I'm gonna go over to normal mode. I'm not gonna go to debug. So let's click on this 3 dot as well, and let's click on this normal mode to go back to there. And now let's click on this play button and try to hold down W and S key. We should move up and down with this much of speed, which is 5. And as you can see, indeed we going up and down with this much of speed, which is 5, and we can go left and right. But the problem is that if we hold down D and W key at the same time, we moving diagonally faster than we moving horizontally, as you can see, in one direction. But the problem is that if we hold down W and D key at the same time, diagonally we just moving faster a little bit, as you can see. And you can use the Pythagoras theorem to calculate that. Basically we moving, if we hold down W and D key, so if we hold down D key, we going to the right direction 5 unit, and we going to the up direction 5 unit if we just hold down W and D key at the same time. So 5. And if you use Pythagoras theorem, you're gonna see that diagonal movement just gonna be a little bit bigger, or the length of that. So to restrict that, what we're gonna do, if we want to just move at the same speed diagonally, we need to restrict our vector. To do that, let's get out of play mode, and now let's go to script. So to do that, or to restrict that, we just have to use, after this vector 3, we're gonna use dot normalize. so it will normalize our vectors. So basically it's just gonna restrict, so even we are moving diagonally a little more faster and we use this dot normalize, now it's gonna just restrict. So we're gonna move in the diagonally 5 unit even we just holding down W and D key at the same time. We're gonna move as usual, we going to the left and up, so we're gonna go with same speed. So that is the thing. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S on your keyboard and go over to Unity, and you can calculate the position, basically speed, by using Pythagoras theorem, which is a square plus b square equal to c square. And now if we click on this play button in the top and have a look on it, so just wait for to compile, and as you can see we going diagonally with the same speed, we going up and down. As you can see, basically we restrict our vector or the speed, basically we the speed we just get we just restricted that. So make sure you just out of play mode, and if you just want to play around with the speed, you can just do that right over here. You can increase the speed, and we're gonna make this one player prefab. Prefab basically means copy of that game object. To make a prefab, we need to go over to project tab, then asset. Let's create a separate folder for our prefab to keep all of the things in organized way. To do so, let's right click on assets, then create folder, and we have to name the folder. Let's call it something like prefabs. And now what we will do, we will select the player game object from hierarchy and drag it into that prefab folder which we created, or drag it into this assets folder. Now as you can see, it's turned blue. And what we can do now, if we delete from the scene view, as you can see, it's gone, it's not anymore in the scene view or hierarchy, but we can restore that from prefab folder or from that assets folder. To do so, let's go to project tab, assets, and we created a prefab folder. Right there we drag it our player game object, as you can see. So we can select that from that folder and we can directly drag it to scene view or into the hierarchy, as you can see, with all of the shape option we can see. So that is the best thing of prefab. Basically you don't need to work from scratch. If you just lost this game object somehow, you don't need to work from scratch. So that is the best thing of basically making prefab. So make sure you just do that and do basically do that. And to save your project, whatever you have done so far in Unity editor, to save that, you need to go to top left in the file, you can see file, and click on the save. Or you also can see the shortcut key, which is Control plus S. So if you just hit down Control S on your keyboard, it will save your project, whatever you have done so far in Unity editor. So I hope you get the idea of this. Let's create the player as game object. So we want to replace this square with our player. To do so, let's select this player from hierarchy and go over to inspector, and then sprite renderer. In the bottom we can see sprite and it says square, so we're gonna replace this. To replace that, so let's go to project tab, assets, and sprite. I have it over here. I'm gonna leave a link in the description of all of these sprites that I'm going to use in my project, will be available in the description as well, so you can go and check that out. So let's select this soldier one, go over to inspector and click on this sprite editor. So what we have to do, we need to cut this individually. As you can see, this is a sprite sheet and we have multiple sprites, so we need to cut them individually. To do so, let's go over to inspector. We're going to choose sprite mode to multiple. Why? Because we have more than one sprite. And pixel per unit, let's leave it 100 for now, and let's go to bottom. And this is an pixel art. If you take a closer look, it's gonna seems blurry. I don't think is a pixel art. So if it's, then what you have to do, go over to filter mode and choose point no filter. But I'm not gonna do that, and it's basically I don't see any blurry thing, so that's why I'm just leaving that. And go to bottom, says apply, so just click on that apply button. and we need to cut them off individually. To cut in this in the top left in sprite editor, you can see slice, so just click on that and leave it to automatic, and then click on slice and click apply in the top right corner. You can see in sprite editor, so just click right there, and we're gonna go to scene tab one more time, and if we click on this arrow onto that sprite sheet, we can see all of these sprite just get cut individually. So I'm gonna select any of them. It's totally up to you which one you want to select. I'm gonna choose the red one. So let's select this player game object first in hierarchy, and you can drag. So I'm gonna select the body one, and let's drag it to that square folder, sorry, square slot. Sprite, basically select sprite renderer component and just drag it there. And now what we have to do, we need to drag a left part of our body, basically the left parts of our body one by one. So I'm gonna select this one, let's drag it onto this hierarchy, or you can just drag it that directly into the scene view. So I'm gonna drag this one. So we have 1 2 3, I guess. I'm gonna see the preview first. To see that preview, just right click and properties on to that slide. So we have a preview right over here. So this is our body. So I'm gonna select the player game object one more time, and I just want this one, so I'm gonna select that body part, and let's drag it into that sprite slot, as you can see. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna okay, so we need to see, okay, we need a gun, so we're gonna drag it somewhere around here. If we select this, okay, this seems pretty quite good, and let's select the head. So this one would be the head one, so I'm gonna drag it. So basically drag it and make it cooler to make that. Okay, so this one should be somewhere around here, and let's select this one, and I guess okay, let's select this one. Just play around and you're gonna get hang of it. Okay, we have more than one. We can delete this one instead. Okay, so this seems pretty quite good, and I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here. Let's select this one. Okay, it seems pretty quite good, and this one seems little bit smaller. I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, and let's select this gun, and let's drag it over here, or we can just do it. Okay, okay, so I'm gonna drag this one. Let's select this one, let's delete that, let's select this one, and let's drag it somewhere. As you can see, it seems pretty fine now. And what we can do, we can name these body parts. So I'm gonna call this one something like head. So let's right click, rename, or we can go over to inspector, and we can call this one head, and this our armor. Let's call this armor. I'm really apologize if I'm just spelling it wrong. And this should be our left hand or left gun, we can say. I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, so I'm gonna call this one left hand, sorry, left hand, and this should be right hand. Sorry, we're gonna call this one right hand instead of armor. Let's call this one right hand, and let's select this one. So this should be our weapon, so we can call something like weapon or gun. So I'm gonna call this one weapon. And what we have to do now, we're gonna select all of this basically all of these parts of this you can say this character or this player game object. Select all of the parts by holding down shift and just drag it, select the weapon as well. Let's select all of them and drag it on top of this player game object. Now if we select this player game object and select this move tool right over here, we can move as you can see all the body parts are going with our player game object, as you can see. So that is the cool thing of doing that. And make sure you just select that player, and you can see the plus icon just became right away once we drag it on top of this player game object, this body part. So what we have to do, if we go to, I'm gonna select this arrow one more time onto this sprite sheet. If we move over to project tab, assets and prefab, and open up the player script by double clicking on it, it's haven't been changed yet, as you can see. So what we have to do to change or to make it look like this player, or to change in this prefab as well, so we're gonna go over to scene tab one more time. So let's go to hierarchy and click right over here to go back there, and we're gonna select this player game object, go over to inspector and click on overrides and click on apply all. So the changes will be made into that prefab as well. But the problem is that our head is seems like behind our body, so we need to drag it top of our player body. To do so, we're going to select this head or select any game object, go over to inspector, sprite renderer, additional setting, then sorting layer. So just click right there, click on add sorting layer, and let's click on this plus icon, and we will name this body part. So this should be head, this would be our body, and left hand, right hand, all of these things. So I'm gonna go with this head, and let's leave it to head, and I'm gonna drag it top. You can take this head behind all of these things like default layer, but I'm not gonna do that. Instead, this head should be top of our body, so that's why I'm gonna take this head and or I'm gonna drag it all the way up. And let's go to player game object one more time and select this head, and let's assign this head as a head sorting layer. So let's go to sprite renderer and sorting layer, we're gonna assign with head. As you can see now, the head is top of our player body. And to change in prefab, or the whatever changes we made, and we want to change the we just want to save the changes into this prefab of this player game object as well. So what we have to do, we need to go over to player, so main game object, go there, go to inspector and click on overrides and click on apply all. So the changes we made will also gonna be saved into this prefab. So if I just open up that prefab by double clicking on it, as you can see, head is now top of our player body. So let's go there one more time, and I'm gonna adjust this box collider as the size of our this player game object. To do so, let's select the player game object, go to inspector, box collider, click on edit collider, and let's edit the collider as the size of our player game object, something around here, I guess. This seems kind of good and okay, and you can just do, I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, and now it's pretty fine. And if we click on this play button, we should hope that it's gonna go with if we just try to press down A, S or W or D key, we're gonna move around in our you can say in the environment or in the space. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and what we want to do, if we click on this play button one more time, we want to rotate this player game object wherever the mouse is pointing in that direction. We want to play or just want to, what you can say, we just want to rotate around that. To rotate, as you can see, we not rotating as well. Basically, if I just point if I just take this mouse cursor and point something top sorry left right bottom side, as you can see, the player game object not looking in that direction. Basically, wherever we just taking our mouse cursor, the player is not rotating in that direction, so we just want to rotate that. So let's get out of play mode and open up our player script. So let's select the player game object first, double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. So to rotate that, what we need to do, we need the direction first. Basically, we need the direction. So if we subtract our mouse position from this player position, so we will get the direction, and by that direction we're gonna find the angle, and top of this player we will add up the angle so this player game object can rotate. So basically we just gonna go over to this transform of this player, then rotation and z axis. If we play around with z axis, we can see player indeed rotating. So basically we need the z axis reference. So before we do that, we need to subtract our mouse pose from this player position. To do so, let's go to script, and over here, okay, so just wait a little bit over here. So we are in update function. So let's go to update function, and to get the direction, firstly we need the mouse position. To get the mouse position, we have to use this input dot mouse, sorry, input dot mouse position. So this gonna give our mouse position, sorry, this gonna give our mouse position, and this will be a vector 3, vector 3, you can say vector 3 variable. Why? Because this mouse position has x axis, as you can see, horizontal, as well as y axis, and this the depth one is z axis. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna convert this input dot mouse position into a vector 2. To convert that, so we're gonna type right into this bracket, so make this first bracket and type vector 2. So this mouse position just gonna have x axis on and y axis, and this gonna give us, or you can just leave that, vector 2 as well. So this input dot mouse position gonna give us current position of our mouse, something, let's suppose if I take my mouse cursor something right center of this player game object, so the position of this mouse will be 0 in the x and 0 in the y. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna store the result. So let's store into another vector 2 variable as vector 2, and we can call this one mouse position, and set equal to this. So this input dot mouse position, we do know that this one has x axis and y axis, and we storing our current position of mouse. Basically wherever we taking our mouse cursor, we storing that position into this vector 2 mouse position. So this vector 2 mouse position also gonna have x axis and y axis, and this will be our basically current position of our mouse. Basically we taking our mouse position and we storing that mouse position into mouse position vector 2 variable, which has x axis and y axis. But this one right over here gonna give us in world coordinate, sorry, as screen coordinate, but we need to convert this into world coordinate. This will give in screen coordinate, but we need to convert that into world coordinate. To do so, we just have to use this so camera dot main dot screen to wall point, and fit this whole line of code, this input dot mouse position, into here. Basically what we're doing, we're just going over to this camera, then main, and then we're taking screen to wall point. So basically this gonna give us a screen coordinate. Basically mouse position in the x axis and y axis will be in screen coordinate, but we need to convert that into world coordinate. So this gonna be 0 in the x, 0 in the x, and 0 in the y. So so that's why we just converting our mouse position into world coordinate. So now we have our mouse position, and to get the direction, what we have to do, we need to subtract this mouse position from our player position. So to get the direction, so we're gonna go to downs over here, and to subtract that, we have to just subtract from this mouse position our own position. So transform dot position, and close that up with semicolon. So mouse position we have, it's basically means current position of our mouse cursor, and we subtracting from this mouse position our own position. Transform dot position means player this basically we just going over to this transform and then accessing this position. And as you can see, this transform has x-axis, y-axis and the z-axis, but this mouse position just only have a x-axis and y-axis, basically this mouse x and y. So we need to convert this transform this position into a vector too, so we just gonna need this y and x only. To do so, we're gonna put right over here into brackets vector, vector 2, vector 2. Now this over here transform dot position just gonna have this x position and the y position. Now we get the direction as you can see, so we just subtracted from our mouse position our own and a player position. Now this is our direction, so let's store this direction in another vector 2 variable, because the result will be vector 2. Basically this mouse position is a vector 2, as well as this transform dot position also a vector 2, means it has x axis and y axis, and we do know vector 2 just gonna have x axis and y axis. So let's store this direction into another vector 2 variable. So let's type vector 2 and we can call this one direction. Let's set equal to this. So as you can see, we just get the direction and we storing this direction into this direction variable. Basically now we get the direction, and to rotate that we need to find the angle first. So we have the direction, and to find the angle, what we're gonna do, we're gonna subtract. So we have this direction, so direction dot y, so this gonna will be direction dot y, and this gonna be direction dot x. Basically we get the direction, so this will be direction dot x basically horizontally, and vertically will be direction dot y. To rotate, or basically before we rotate, we need to find the angle, and to find the angle we have to use this method dot a tan 2 function, and this function right over here gonna take y axis and the x axis. So direction dot y, we're gonna put, so direction dot y basically the y axis, and we're gonna put direction dot x, so comma direction dot x, and close that up with semicolon. So this is now our angle. To get the angle, we just have to use this math a tan 2 function. Basically this function is gonna divide two axes. The vertical you have to divide the vertical axis with uh, your bottom axis, the bottom line axis or the x axis. Basically now we get the direction, but this over here gonna be in, this gonna be over here in radian. So we need to convert this, basically we need to convert this angle to degree. To convert that, we just have to multiply with mathf raised to degree. So now we just get the angle. As you can see, basically we just get the angle. To get the angle, we just have to subtract this direction dot y, so this will be direction dot y, and this one over here will be direction dot x. So if we just divide direction dot y with direction dot x, so we're gonna get that angle. So we're getting the angle as you can see, and this will be radian. So that's why we just multiplying with mathf right to degree. So now this gonna give in a degree. So now we get the angle. Let's store this angle into a variable. So we're gonna go over here, and that will be float, and we're gonna call this one angle. Let's set equal to this. So now we get the angle as you can see, and to rotate we have to go over to this transform, then rotation, and then z axis. Basically we just gonna move over to this transform, then rotation. So let's go to transform, then rotation, and let's set equal to, and to rotate we have to use this quaternion dot angle axis, and this one right over here as a first argument will take the angle. So we're gonna put this angle, so basically this angle right over here, and as a second argument it will take the axis. In which axis? So if we saw that if we just play around with z axis, we just move just rotating. So that's why as a first argument we're gonna pass our angle, and the second thing we will pass our axis. So we will pass vector 3 dot forward. Vector 3 dot forward basically means the z axis, means y x in the 0, y in the 0, but z in the 1. So basically vector 3 dot forward means the z axis, you can say. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So this quaternion dot angle axis function will take the angle first, and then it's gonna take the axis in which axis you just want to rotate that. Firstly, what we did, we just get the direction. To get the direction, we just have to subtract our current position of our mouse from this player position. So now we get the direction, and by that direction we just found the angle. To found the angle, so we just use a tan to function, which just takes direction dot y. So this will be direction dot y, and this one over here gonna be direction dot x. So if we just divide both of those a value, so we're gonna get the angle. And after we get the angle, we just did this thing, which is we just go over to rotation. We just going over to rotation, and then we using this quaternion dot angle axis, and this one's gonna take as a first argument the angle in which angle you want to angle. Basically we get the angle, this angle. And the second thing, it will take the axis, in which axis, so we just put as z means the vector 3 dot forward. And make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your code and go over to Unity. So just wait, and we should able to see that our this player game object just gonna move with our mouse cursor. Basically it's gonna rotate in the direction of our mouse cursor. So let's have a look. Let's click on this play button in the top, and let's see that we should able to see this player game object uh, uh, just gonna move around with our mouse cursor. Indeed, it's moving, as you can see, in the direction of our mouse cursor. So that is the cool thing, and we can shoot and we can do lot of things right now. And make sure you just autoplay mode, go over to player, and then inspector overrides, click on overrides and click on apply all. So the changes you made into this player game object will also gonna be saved into this player prefab of this game object. Means if we just go to project tab, assets and prefab into this player game object, the changes gonna be saved. So I hope you get the idea that how you can just rotate anything in the around of your mouse cursor. So that is the cool thing of doing this. Let's create our environment. To do so, let's go to project tab, assets and sprite. I have it over here in environment folder. I'm gonna also give a link in the description of this. All of this sprite that I am going to use in this project will be available in the description of them, basically the link of them. So let's go that so I have it over here. So let's select that, go over to inspector and click on sprite editor. As you can see, we have multiple sprite. Basically we're gonna cut them off individually. To cut them off individually, we need to select sprite mode to multiple, and pixel per unit to choose a less number, something like 16. So let's choose 16, and let's scroll down. And if you take a closer look, if it seems blurry, then what you have to do, you need to select this filter mode to point no filter. And after doing that, go to bottom, click on this apply button. Apply button. Now it's done, and we are ready to cut them off individually. To do so, in the top left in sprite button, sprite editor, we can see slice. So just click on that and click select automatic to grid by cell size, and put 16 by 16 as you did in pixel per unit. So I'm gonna do the same thing, 16 by 16, and click on this slice and click on apply button. Apply button. Now it's gonna cut them off individually, and once it's done, we're gonna go to scene tab one more time. And if we go to project tab and sprites, and if we click on this arrow button, we can see individually those sprites gets cut. So what we have to do now to create the tile set or the environment, we're gonna go to hierarchy. Let's right click or hit this plus icon, then go to 2D objects, tile map, and select this rectangular. and it's now it's created our grid, and we are ready to place our tile. To do so, we what we will do, we will create a tile map folder. So let's go to project tab, then assets, right click on assets, create folder, and let's call this folder map tile map. And now double click that folder to open that up. And if we go to hierarchy, then tile map, and let's go to scene tab, and over here you can see open tile palette in the bottom right. So just click on that, and we need to drag the tile palette right over here. As you can see, it says no valid tile, so just click on that and click on create new tile palette, and you have to name the palette. So I'm gonna call this one tile, and then click on this create button, and it's gonna take on a folder. Basically, we have to choose a folder where we want to do. So we're gonna go to assets, and we created tile map folder. So let's select that and click on select folder, and now we are ready to drag the tile palette right over here. To do so, let's go to sprite and environment. Over here we have the tile, so select the whole sprite sheet and drag it right there, and we're gonna choose a folder. So let's go to assets, and in assets we created this tile map folder. So let's select that one more time and click on select folder, and now it's gonna drag all of them right over here into this tile palette, and we are ready to just place our tile. Before you just do that, make sure you just basically create the grid by right clicking on hierarchy, then 2D object tile map, and then choose this rectangular. So now we are ready to create the tile palette, but I'm gonna right click on preview. Basically, I want to see, so this will be okay. To create the tile palette, so you can choose, so we're gonna choose, we have some limited option, so we have it over here. Okay, so you can select one by one, something like this, and you can place. The problem is that our tile seems pretty big, so what we gonna do, basically what we're gonna do, we have done some mistake. To fix that, we're gonna select the whole sprite sheet one more time and go over to inspector and pixel per unit. We're gonna choose something like 60, 32, something like that. Choose a less number, then scroll down, click on this apply button one more time, and it should fix. But the problem is that it seems pretty small. Okay, so we have one here, so it seems pretty small. Okay, so basically we got it. We need to make this one 16 instead, so let's make it 16 one more time, and let's click on this apply button, and we should, okay, so choose, just go with 16. Make sure you just do that, and we're gonna select this one, and let's place it right over here. So over here we have brush tool, or the shortcut key is for B, as you can see, and we can just place the tile anywhere in the scene view. And let's suppose you just place the wrong tile and you want to just erase that. To erase that, we have eraser tool, and the shortcut key is that D shortcut key, so you can erase. And if you want to erase the whole, so you can select like this in the tile palette and select this eraser tool, so you can erase like at multiple times. Basically at once you can erase the whole environment. So that is the thing. And if you just want to erase a specific thing, just select then and grid from the tile palette, and then just select that. So I'm gonna brush the tool, and let's suppose you want to move this tile palette anywhere in the scene. You just placed in a wrong place, just placed in the wrong place basically. So you just want to move that. To move that, we have a tool called create area. So, and the shortcut key is that is, so we need to select the area we want to move, so this one. So I'm going to select this area, and let's select this, and we want to move something in the top right corner. To do so, we have move tool. and the shortcut key is M, move selection with active brush, as you can see. So we have to select that tool and we can move it anywhere in the scene view we can, as you can see. And let's suppose you just want to make a copy of this, then we also have a copy tool by selecting this tool right over here, and you can copy, and the shortcut key is I guess, yeah, I. So you can just copy and place it anywhere in the scene view like this. So I'm gonna erase that. So let's select like this, let's click on this erase. So I'm gonna erase that. Instead I'm gonna select the whole, so you can select this whole and select this brush tool, and you can just paste it anywhere you want. So I'm going to select like this and let's paste it somewhere. Okay, and it seems okay. Now we want to select the whole one and want to make a copy of this to do. So let's select this copy tool right over here, and the shortcut key is I, and we can select this whole and we can place it right over here, over here, and over here. So I hope you get the idea that how you can just make the environment in your way, and you can just do that right away. It's totally up to you how you want. So basically make a preview. I'm gonna have a link in the description of the preview as well, so you can take the preview, and with that you can just place your tiles, or basically to create the environment. I hope you get the idea, and make sure you just also make this environment, and you can call this create something like, let's call it, instead of create, I'm gonna call this one environment. And make sure you just take this and drag it to assets folder or into that prefab folder. And now we just made a copy, so if we lost from the hierarchy or in the scene view, we don't need to work from scratch. We can just directly drag that from that folder to the scene view or in hierarchy, so we have the same option. So I hope you get the idea, and make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save whatever you have done so far in Unity. It will be saved. I hope you get the idea of this, how you can create your environment with your tile map. As you can see, I have created the environment. To do so, what you have to do, I just name it this grid to environment, as you can see. So just right click on this environment or this grid, then go to 2D object, then tile map and rectangular, choose rectangular and name it something like stops for these tables and fridges. So I just created two, as you can see. And make sure you just select this stop and click on open tile palette, and you are ready to place your tiles. And make sure you just drag it this stop all the way up. To do so, what you have to do, select the stop and go over to inspector, then tile map renderer. In the bottom you can see sorting layer, so just click on that and click on add sorting layer, and hit this plus icon, name the sorting layer what you want. I already have named it, and make sure you just drag it all the way up, or don't drag it this behind. As you can see, if we do that, it's we are not able to see that. But what we have to do, we need to drag this all the way up. As you can see, now we are able to see that. So that is the thing basically we have to do. And what we gonna do now, we're gonna make camera follow. Before we do that, we're gonna add tile map to these bars. To do so, I'm gonna select the bars. So basically a player should not get outside of these bars. Player should just restrict around this environment and with these rooms, as you can see. So that's why we're going to select these bars or barricade, you can call. It's totally up to you what you want. Go over to inspector and click on add component, and click on add component and find over there tile map collider 2D and add that up. And now we're not gonna able to cross these tiles. We will restrict something right over here top of this ground. And let's suppose you want to just compile it at once and don't wanna just add individually this box collider or this tile map collider to this grid. and you just want to compile it at once. To do so, what we have to do, we're gonna add a composite collider 2D. So select the bars in which you want to add that up. Select that, click on add component, find their composite collider 2D and add that up. And what we have to do, we're going to go over to rigid body. This composite collider 2D just automatically add up this rigid body. So we will select this body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. And collision detection, make sure you just select continuous, so it will continuously detect any collision. And interpolate to select interpolate. And after doing all of these things, go over to tilemap collider and check this box called use by composite. So just check this. As you can see, now it just compile at once. And what we have to do, as you can see, n plus icon just added up. Once we added these things to just basically we need to attach this into prefab. So if we select this environment, basically go over to project tab, then assets and prefab, and try to open up this environment by double clicking on it. As you can see, though if we select this bar, the tilemap collider has not been attached yet to this prefab of this background or this environment. So that is the thing. What we have to do, we're gonna go back to that scene view. So just click right over here in hierarchy. We are going back, so make sure you just select the parent one, environment or the grid, then go over to inspector, then overrides, and click on apply all. Now this rigid body, tilemap collider, all of these things just gonna add up right away to that prefab as well. Now if we go to that prefab, open up that environment by double clicking on it and select these parts, go over to inspector. As you can see, tilemap collider just added up, and so rigid body and composite collider 2D. So basically that is the thing. And if we go back to, basically we need to go over to overrides, the inspector overrides, and click on apply all to basically whatever changes we made into this hierarchy of this environment game object, it also gonna be saved into that prefab of this environment. Basically that is the thing. Now if we click on this play button in the top and try to just uh, cross these bars, you can say we not gonna able to do, basically we attach. So if we do that, sorry, as you can see, okay, we set basically what we have to do, we're gonna set the kinematic. So we're gonna get out of play mode, and if we select this player game object, instead of selecting player game object, we're gonna go over to bars one more time. Let's go to inspector rigid body. Instead of setting kinematic, we're gonna set dynamic, and we will set the gravity scale to 0. Why? So it's not gonna fall down. So make sure we just set it kinematic. So that was the problem. So we can set it to 0, so it's not gonna fall down. And make sure you just go over to environment or the parent, and then go over to inspector and overrides and click on apply all. So the changes you made just gonna be saved into this prefab of this environment as well. So now if we click on this play button, we should hope that it's not gonna get or cross over these bars. Let's have a look on it, and we should able to see. Okay, okay, so we got the problem is that, okay, okay, we got the problem is that the problem is that we set dynamic, so it's have a rigid body, and we set the gravity scale to 0. But once we collide with this tile map, basically we just giving a force, so that's why it just rotating like that. So what we have to do instead, we wanna go over to environment one more time, then burst, we will set it to kinematic instead of setting that to dynamic. So for external force, it's not gonna interrupt any with external force or basically this bar. So that's why we're gonna set kinematic. And instead, let's select this player game object, then go over to rigid body, and we will set this to dynamic. So basically we just moving over to this player rigid body, and now we're gonna set this gravity scale to 0, so it's not gonna fall down. and if we click on this play button in the top, we should hope that now it's gonna work fine. And the problem is that if we now just do, as you can see, player cannot cross, but we cannot able to see these bars anyway. So what we're gonna do instead, so let's get out of play mode and let's select these bars and go over to inspector, then tilemap renderer, and over there as you can see sorting layers as selected default. So just click on that there and click on add sorting layer, and what we have to do, hit this plus icon and make something like staffs, something like bars. So I'm gonna remove this one. So let's hit this plus icon and let's call this one bars, and make sure you don't drag this all the way behind. Instead we're gonna drag all the way up, so this one will be top of all the way, from this background, from this player as well. So that's why we just drag it all the way up, and we're gonna select these bars one more time, and we're gonna assign these bars as a bar sorting layer. To do so, let's go over to inspector, tilemap renderer, and sorting layer. We're gonna choose bars. Now as you can see that we are able to see these bars now, or the barricade you can see, or the environment. And make sure you just go over to environment or the grid and click on overrides and click on apply all, so the changes we made will also gonna be saved into that prefab of this environment or this grid. And now the problem is that we camera is not following, basically wherever the player is going, camera just not going with it. So let's have a look. If we click on this play button one more time, and and we should hope that uh, basically camera will not follow our player game object. So if we go, as you can see, camera just staying at here in the center position, and it's not going with our player game object. So basically that is the thing. To make camera follow, we're gonna use Cinemachine. So let's get out of play mode. So we will use Cinemachine instead of scripting a follow script. So to do so, to use Cinemachine, we need to go to window, then you can see in the bottom says package manager. Basically scroll down, then find package manager, click on that, and over here make sure you will be in my assets. So from my assets, just click on this tab in package manager and choose Unity registry, and in the bottom scroll down you can see Cinemachine. I have it over here. So select the Cinemachine, and in the package manager in the top right you can see a install button. So just click on that and it will install your Cinemachine. I just already have done it, as you can see. So I'm gonna cut this tab, and to use Cinemachine we need to go over to hierarchy and hit this plus icon, or just right click, then go to, in the bottom you can see Cinemachine, and select this 2D camera. And now we just created a virtual camera right over here, we can see. And if we select this main camera, in main camera game object, a Cinemachine brain component just added up right away once we created this virtual camera. Basically this virtual camera gonna tell what this main camera actually should do. So that's why in this main camera, Cinemachine brand component just added up. Basically this virtual camera gonna give instruction to this main camera and what main camera should do. So that is the thing why this Cinemachine brain component just added up to this main camera to give instruction. Now what we will do, we will select this virtual camera and go over to inspector, then Cinemachine virtual camera. We can see follow, and it says none. So what we want to follow our player game object. So that's why we're gonna select this player and drag it to that follow field. Now as you can see, the we just drag it, and we can go over to this lens, and we just want a little bit zoom in. As you can see, it's totally basically seems like camera is so far away from this player game object. So we will move over to lens, then ortho size, and let's make it less something over 8. I guess 8 seems pretty quite good. And now if we click on this play button, we should hope that our main camera just gonna follow our player game object. So wherever player is going, main camera gonna go with it as well. So as you can see, indeed main camera is just going with our player. And what we can do, we can play around in play mode. To do so, we're going to select the virtual camera, go over to inspector, Cinemachine virtual camera, and scroll down. You can see body, so just click on that and we can play around with this number. We can set this screen X something like this. We're gonna set it to 0.5, so it will be centered to our player position, this main camera. And we can play around with dead zone width. So if you just make it bigger, if you take a closer look, so I'm gonna scale this. So let's go to GameTube and you can see this scale tool right over here, and green line, I guess the line over here in between the player, you can see the line. So if you just increase this something like, I'm gonna do with 0.1, so the line can get shrink down a little bit. And if I zoom out, that called dead zone width. So if we are in that zone or in between those line, the camera will not follow. But once we crossed over this between these lines, between this player game object, the main camera just gonna follow. And we can do the same thing in the vertical axis, mean y axis as well. So we can do something like 0.1 in the height as well. Now this our area to just stay, and once we crossed over those line, we can see our player, sorry, our main camera just following our player. So basically that is the thing, as you can see. So that you can play around with these numbers. It's like a soft zone width and screen X, Y. You can just play around with it and you're gonna just gain hang of it. I hope you get the idea. And make sure whatever changes you made, and you just want that change to save. And if you just get play out of play mode, the save the changes we made, it will not be saved. So what we have to do, and you just wanna copy those properties. Basically you want those properties as you just did in play mode. So in order to do, just go over to that component, right click, or what you can do, in the top right you can see three button of that component. So just click on that and you can just click on this copy component, or just right click on the component as Cinemachine virtual camera component and click on this copy component. And once we get out of play mode, as you can see, those changes not saved yet. And what we can do, we can just go over to that component one more time, just right click on that and make sure you just paste component values. So the changes we made, so you can just paste as new value and it will be saved. So make sure. So if we go, okay, so the dead zone width was 0.1. So just what you have to do, just right click and paste component values. So it will just gonna paste those values, which was zero point 0.1 in the x sorry, in the width and in the height. And I'm gonna click on this body one more time to just get off it. And we can see now it's pretty fine. I hope you get the idea of that. Now we are ready to create our enemy. To do so, I'm gonna go to project tab, then sprites, and then player. We have player, and in soldier folder we have multiple soldiers. So I'm gonna select any of them. So let's select this one, and for red one we chosen player. So I'm gonna choose a different color now. Let's suppose this green one. So this screen one, so I'm gonna just right click on that sprite sheet and click on properties. So it's just gonna create this thing, you can see, and you can toggle it anywhere you want. So I'm gonna cut that. Instead I'm gonna drag those body parts one by one. So before we do that, what we will do, we're gonna create an empty game object, and then we will drag all of this component right there to make all of this component child of that game object. To do so, let's go to hierarchy, right click, then create empty game object, and let's call this game object something like enemy we can call. and let's go to transform, right click and reset the transform, and I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, I guess, and you can select an icon for that. So to do so, go over to inspector and click on this box, and I'm going to select this screen, something like that, this enemy. Now what we will do, we will select one by one these parts of this enemy game object. So I guess this will be soldier. So we have head, this one is body part seems not okay. So this is, so I'm gonna drag it right there, drag it right there, not this one. Instead I'm gonna select, okay, this one is not what we want. Okay, so let's select this one and let's drag it. It seems pretty small, so I'm gonna select this one. Let's select that and drag it right there. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select this backpack, something, let's drag it right there, and this will be soldier hand, and just play around with that and you're gonna get hang of it. And what we can do now, so I guess this one should be right over here. What we can do, okay, I can drag this one something right over here. Let's select this one, or okay, this one seems pretty great. So this is our gun, so I'm gonna select both of this, and let's delete that. Instead I'm gonna select this one and let's drag it somewhere around here. It seems like opposite direction and you just want to flip that. So this is will be our weapon. So I'm gonna go over to inspector, sprite renderer, and click on this X. So it's just gonna flip right away, and I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, and let's select this one now. Let's move it somewhere around here, and this will be over here, I guess. And let's drag the head, so I have it over here, so I'm gonna select that and drag it top of this somewhere around here. I guess it's pretty fine, and you can name all of this before you do that. So select all of this game object and drag it on top of this enemy game object. Now as you can see, and we can select all of them, go to transform, right click and reset, and we need to reset now to what we can. So this is will be head, sorry, this is our body part, sorry, this is not body part. So this is the body, so let's call this one body, this one body, and this will be our the backpack, you can say. So let's call this one backpack, and let's select this one. So this one will be our gun holder, something like that. I'm gonna call this one holder. Let's select this one, so this will our gun or the weapon. So this one will be the weapon, so let's call this one weapon. And now select this I guess left hand. We can call this one right hand instead of holder, so let's call hand right hand. And let's select this will be our left hand, so let's call this one hand left hand. And this will be our head, so we can call this one head. And make sure you just select this body part and assign this body part as a body sorting layer, as we have done for our player game object. So we're gonna assign all of the layers as we did for our player game object. So let's do that. So I'm gonna select this body, and sorry, we don't have, I guess. So if we select, okay, we do have. So let's click on this layers. So this is head. Let's call hit this plus icon. This will be the body, and body will be behind of our head. Let's click right hand, right hand, right hand, and this will be our left, left hand. Let's click on this, and this will be our weapon. So weapon will be behind our right hand, so that's why we're gonna drag it behind our right hand and left hand. And let's this will be body, and this will be head, and head will be top of everything. So basically the head will be top of our body, so that's why we need to drag this head be in front of, basically we need to drag all before our body. So this will be the head. So let's now select this body. I'm gonna assign with this body layer, and now let's select this backpack. I'm gonna say, so we don't have the backpack, so let's click on add sorting layer. Let's hit this one plus icon. Let's create a backpack, backpack layer, and this one will be all the way up, so that's why we're gonna leave this. We don't want drag it all the way behind, instead we want all the way up. Now let's select this backpack, and we assign gonna this backpack, or the I don't know if it's a backpack or not. I just want to apologize, guys. So I'm gonna select this right hand. Let's choose right hand, and this weapon, for this weapon we're gonna choose weapon, and it's fine. Let's, for this left hand we will choose left hand, and for this head we're gonna choose head. Now I guess it's pretty fine, and make sure you just select this enemy game object and drag it into that prefab folder or into that assets folder, so it will just gonna create the copy of this enemy game object right away. So now if we just delete this one from the hierarchy or into the scene view, as you can see it's gone, but we can drag that from that project tab, then assets, where we drag it. So I'm going to select that and drag it right over here. And what we're gonna do now, we will create a enemy script to follow or to rotate in the direction player is looking. So we need to rotate that. To do so, what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a enemy script. So let's go to project tab, assets, and right click on assets, create. Firstly create a folder and name that folder to something like a script. So I already have created right over here, so I'm gonna go there, right click, create create C# script, and name the script what you want. So I'm gonna call this one something like enemy. And what we will do now, so what we gonna do, as you can see we have our script, so we will attach this script to our enemy game object. So let's select this enemy game object and drag this script to add component section, and now double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. So it's gonna take a few moments. As you can see we have start and update function. What we're gonna do, let's remove these two namespaces from the top, we don't need it. Instead what we want to rotate this enemy game object in the direction player is looking. Firstly we will define an attack range, and if this player just come with that attack range of this enemy game object, then this enemy game object just look towards our player game object. So we're going to create a circle around this enemy game object, and if this player game object gets inside of that circle, then this enemy game object just gonna rotate in the direction player is looking. So let's open that up by double clicking. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to this update function, and to create the circle we need to use this physics 2D. So make sure you just using this physics 2D dot overlap circle, and this over here gonna take so make this first bracket firstly it's gonna take a point from where you want to create the circle. Second thing, it's gonna take the radius of that circle. And the third thing, it will take the layer mask, basically which game object you want to target. So in our case, we want to target our player game object, so we need to assign this variable first, then we can use them. So let's make this one comment for now. Basically by double slash you can make this one comment, and comment just don't interrupt our code. So we need this variable, so we will move over to up the top of our enemy class. So first thing, we need the position. So we want to create the circle center position, so we're gonna pass transform dot position. So we don't need any reference of that basically. But second thing we need is the radius of that circle. So let's make public, so you can make this one serialized field instead of public. And we don't wanna access this a variable from another class, so that's why we just made this one serialized field. It's just gonna appear underneath our enemy script, but we cannot access this variable through another class. Why? Because we don't need this radius from another class. So that's why. And that will be float, and we can call this one attack range or attack radius. So I'm gonna call attack range instead, and by default I'm gonna set it to something like 5f. It's totally up to you how much you want. And also let's make a serialized field that will be layer mask, basically which game object we want to target. So this will be target, or target, you can call it layer mask, it's totally up to you what you want to call. So I'm gonna call this one target layer, and make sure you just close that off with semicolon. And we're gonna move over to, let's remove this comment, we don't need it. And make sure control S to save your code. I'm also gonna remove this one, and control S to save your code. Let's go to Unity. We need to assign those variable. So the first thing is that radius of that circle, and the second thing the layer mask. So we want to target our player game object, so we need to assign our player game object as a player layer. To do so, so let's give a second to compiling our script. As you can see, attack range by default we set 5, but we can adjust it over here. So that's why we just made it a serialized field, so we can just adjust it over here. And target layer, it says nothing, so we're gonna choose player. So before we choose player, we need to assign this player game object as a player layer. To do so, we're gonna select this player game object, and let's select all of this sprite by holding down shift. Make sure you just selecting this hand, this weapon, as well, all of these things basically. And go over to inspector. In the top right you can see layer, so just click on that and click on add layer, and name the layer what you want. So this will be our player. And let's go to this player game object one more time and select all of them, this hand, head, backpack, and this left hand as well. And let's assign this player as a player layer now. So let's go over to inspector, and default layer says default, so we're gonna choose player. Now we're gonna do click on yes. So children also gonna be assigned with player layer. Why? Because this weapon also just attached to our player game object, and the head, backpack, and the left hand. So that's why we're gonna click on this yes, change children. Now we also assigned this weapon as a player layer, this head, right hand, left hand, and all of these things. And make sure you just go to this player game object, go over to overrides, and click on apply all. So the changes you made will also gonna be saved into the prefab. And let's go to our enemy game object now. As you can see, target layer, it says nothing, so just click on that, and we're gonna choose player. Now we have chosen the player, so the circle gonna check for this player game object only. And make sure you just go over to overrides and click on apply all, so the changes gonna saved into this enemy game object prefab as well. Now let's open up that script by double clicking on it. So let's remove these two slashes. So the first thing, it's gonna take a point from where we want to create the circle. So we want to create the circle from center position of enemy game object. So we're gonna pass this transform dot position, basically means current position or the center position of our enemy game object. And the second thing, it will take the radius, so we're gonna pass this attack range. And the third thing, it will take the layer mask, so let's pass this target layer. As a target layer, we have chosen player, so the circle only gonna check for player. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So this function right over here, physics2d dot overlap circle, can be true or false depending upon circle, if the circle is really colliding with this player game object or not. If it's, then this function gonna give us a true value, also or else it's gonna give us a false value. So we're gonna store into a collider 2d variable. Why? Because this will work like as a collision, so that's why we're gonna store the result into a collider 2d. So let's create a collider 2d, and we can call this one call info, or you can call as well hit info. It's totally up to you what you want to call, and set equal to this. So whatever we getting, so if the circle is really colliding with that player game object, so this gonna be true, else it's gonna be false. So if it's true, then this call info right over here gonna be true or false depending upon if the player really collide with that circle or not. So in the next, we're gonna check if call info equals to true, or you can leave it like this, else basically means also true, and makes this curly bracket, means the player is really colliding with that circle. So what we have to do, we're gonna rotate this enemy game object in the direction player is looking. So basically player inside of that circle. So before we rotate our enemy game object, we want to check if it's working fine or not. So let's print out a message in the console. So for printing out, we're gonna type debug.log, and let's say something like in quotation player in range, and make sure close that up with semicolon, and control S to save your code. But you're not gonna able to see the circle. To see the circle or to draw the circle, we need to use another function. So let's go to script one more time, and in the bottom of our enemy class update function, bottom of update function, you can just use this function anywhere you want. It's totally up to you. And the function is called on draw gizmo selected. Make sure you did as I did over here, same, or else you're gonna get some error. So we're gonna check right over here, or basically to draw the circle, we need to use this gizmos dot draw where sphere draw where sphere, and draw where sphere, make sure you just using this function. So as a first argument, it will take the point from where we want to create the circle. So obviously we're gonna pass transform dot position, means the current position of enemy game object or the center position. And the second thing, it will take the radius. So let's pass our attack range, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. And you can choose a color of that circle if you want. By default, it's gonna draw with white color, but I'm gonna draw with a different color. To select a color, we have to type this gizmos dot color. So, and we can choose set equal to any color you like. So I'm gonna choose color dot red, and make sure you close that up with semicolon, and control S to save your code. Now let's move over to Unity. So we should able to see that an circle will be just gonna create a center position from our enemy game object with this much of attack range radius, and it's gonna draw with red color. So as you can see, indeed the circle just get draw from our center position with this red color, as you can see. So I'm gonna select this enemy game object. Let's drag it somewhere a little bit farther away from this enemy game object. And now what I'm gonna do, let's click on this play button in the top and select the console in the bottom. If you can find the console, you just have to go to window in the top, then general, and you can find. So basically what you have to do, you need to go to window in the top, then go to general, and you can find the console right over here, and the shortcut key you can see. So I'm going to select the console in the bottom, and let's get inside of this attack range of this enemy game object. So the message just gonna print out. As you can see, indeed the attack player in range message just getting print out over again and again, and it's already called over 500 times, as you can see. But once we just out of this attack range of this enemy game object, as you can see, the message get stop popping up in the console because that getting false. So let's get out of play mode, and now let's go to basically let's double click on this message to go to the script. So instead of printing out message, what we want to rotate our enemy game object in the direction player is going or player is looking. So we need a player position. Basically we need player transform, as you can see, which is responsible for position, rotation and scale. So we need player transform means position, so we can just rotate this enemy game object in the direction player is looking. So let's go to script now, and let's go to top of our class. So let's make a serialized field, and that will be transform means you can say position transform, and we can call this one player position, player position, player position, or you can leave it like this, player. It's totally up to you what you want to call. And once you save the script and go to Unity, make sure in the underneath your enemy script you're gonna see and fill player transform just gonna appear. So what you have to do, you need to drag this player right there, so you're gonna have the reference. Now we have our player transform, so we will go inside of this, and over here to rotate around our basically what we're gonna do, we're gonna take the up direction of this enemy game object, and we will rotate in the player is looking, or in the player direction. To do so, we need to get the direction. Basically we need to get the direction. To get the direction, we need to subtract our player position from this enemy position, so we're gonna get the direction. To get the direction, so let's do it over here. To get the direction, we're gonna go over to player dot position. Basically we just play accessing our player position, and then we will subtract our own position, means the current position of enemy. So transform dot position. Now this will give us a this gonna give us our direction. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna store this direction into a vector2 variable. Why? Because this player dot position have x-axis, y-axis and the z-axis, but you can assume x-axis and y-axis, as well as this one as well have x-axis and y-axis. So that's why we're gonna store into a vector2 variable which has x-axis and y-axis. So let's use this vector2, and we can call this one direction, and let's set equal to this. So we're storing the direction, as you can see, we get the direction, and we are storing that direction into this direction variable. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna take the up position of this enemy game object, and we will set the up position equal to our direction. Basically player is looking. So let's set that up. So transform dot up, basically transform dot up over here means 0 in the x, so 0 in the x, so not in the 0 but y in the 1, so this will be, so y in the 1 and 0 in the x, so this will be up. So transform dot up, and we will set equal to direction. Now let's close that up with semicolon. And firstly let's recap one more time. We get the direction. To get a direction, we just have to subtract our player position from our own enemy position, as you can see. And now we get the direction, and we stored that direction into this direction vector2 variable, and then we just taking the up position of our enemy own position, enemy own up position, and then we setting equal to that direction, as you can see. So now Control S to save your code. Let's go to Unity, and let's have a look on that. So just wait for to compile, and when it's done, we're gonna have this. So now if we click on this play button in the top, oh sorry, we need to drag the reference. As you can see, player, and it says none transform. So what we have to do, we need to drag this player right there. Basically we need player transform, and if we get out of play mode, as you can see, cannot be null. So basically we're gonna select this enemy game object, and let's select this player and drag it to this player transform. It says none transform. Now we have the reference of, basically we have our player position right now. So let's click on this play button one more time. So make sure you just do that. Don't forget to do that. Just drag the game object right there, player game object. And now if we just, I'm gonna clear the console. Now let's get let's get inside of this attack range. As you can see, indeed our enemy game object just get rotate instantly in the direction player is going or looking. As you can see, basically player is going, but once we out of play this attack range, and the enemy is not looking further away. But once we get inside of this attack range of this enemy, as you can see, is enemy just looking in the direction player is going. So basically that is a cool thing. Now what we have to do, and now this enemy game object should chase this player game object, and it should stop at some certain distance, and from that distance this enemy game object should shoot on this player game object. So let's do that. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's go to script now. And what we will do, we are just rotating right over here, and over here what we're gonna do, we're gonna chase. To chase we're gonna have to use this vector2 dot move towards function. Sorry, vector2 dot move towards function. And this function right over here, it will take the current position, and the second thing, it will take the target position where you want to go, and the third thing, it will take the speed, how much fast or how much with speed you want to go to that point. So as a first argument, we're gonna pass transform dot position, means the current position of our enemy, comma, and the target position is our player. So that's why we're gonna pass player dot position we want to target. And third thing, it will take the speed, so we're gonna put 5a. But instead of hard coding this, we're gonna make a variable for this as well, and we will make that serialize field, so we can adjust the speed through inspector, so we don't need to come to the over here and change the speed over again and again. So let's go in the top of our enemy class, and over here let's make a serialize field that will be float, and we can call this one chase speed. And by default I'm gonna set it to something like 2.5f. It's totally up to you how much you want. And now let's replace this 5f with our chase speed, which is 2.5, and make sure you just multiply this speed with time dot delta time to make frame rate independent. So let's multiply with time dot delta time. Make sure you just close that up semicolon. And what we have to do now, so this vector2 dot move towards, as a first argument, it will take the current position, and the second thing, it will take the target position, and the third thing, it will take the speed, how much fast how much speed you want to go to that point. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna set the transform dot position equal to this. So basically transform dot position over here means the current position, and we setting equal to our current position where we want to go with this much of speed, as you can see. So we set the current position where we want to go. So basically we used this vector2 dot move towards, basically which takes which just move our game object where we want to go and how much speed we want to go to that point. So we just just setting the current position, as you can see. So make sure you just press down Control S now. Let's go Unity, let's go to Unity, and let's have a look on that. I'm gonna increase the attack range of this enemy game object a little bit, and as you can see, chase speed, which is 2.5 by but we can adjust it over here. It's not a big deal. big deal. So what I'm gonna do instead, I'm gonna increase this attack range something like this much, I guess. So let's do it 10 instead, and I'm gonna take this enemy game object little bit farther away, or I can take this player game object and let's move it somewhere around here. Let's select this enemy and let's move it here. And now make sure you just go over to override of this enemy and click on apply all, so the changes will be saved into that prefab of this enemy game object as well. So now let's click on this play button in the top and have a look. Once we get inside of this attack range of this enemy game object, enemy should chase us, chase this player game object with this much of speed. So let's have a look. So let's get inside. As you can see, indeed it's just chasing where we going. But the problem is that it just gets stuck, and it just uh, it became center position. Enemy just living in center position of our player game object. Basically we don't want to do that. So let's get out of play mode. What we want, so once the enemy just get a certain range, something this much of distance, if the distance between get this much of, then we just want to stop this enemy right away, and from that point this enemy game object shoot on this player game object. So that's the logic. So I'm going to take this enemy game object one more time, and let's take it right over here, and let's go to script. So before we chase, we're gonna check the distance between them. If it's too much close, that we need to stop right there our enemy game object, and from that point enemy should just shoot on our player game object. So let's check, we're gonna use this if so let's use this vector to distance function. Vector2 distance function, basically vector2 dot distance function over here takes two position, and it's basically it's gonna compare them. So first position we're gonna pass our own position, which is transform dot position, comma second position we're gonna pass the target position, so in our case player. So let's pass player dot position. So we want to check the distance between our own position and player position. If it's greater than some smaller number, or the some smaller number, then we want to chase. But once it gets too much close or not that much smaller number, then we're gonna shoot. So if the distance between some kind of something, you can check for 4f, you can check for 5f's, it's totally up to you. But instead of hard coding that one as well, we're gonna make a variable for that one as well. So let's go to top of our class, let's make a serialize field float, and we can call this one something like retrieve distance. So let's call this one retrieve distance, and by default I'm gonna set it to something like 3.5f, and we're gonna check if the distance between our enemy position and player position, if it's greater than retrieve distance or some smaller number. So in that situation we want to chase. So let's put this line of code by Control X, and let's paste it in between this bracket by Control V. So if the distance between our enemy and player, if it's greater than retrieve distance, which is basically the distance between this enemy and this player, if it's greater than 3.5, then this enemy just gonna chase our player game object wherever player goes. But once the distance between not greater than retrieve distance, basically this enemy game object and this player game object is now too much close. So in that situation, what we need to do, we have to stop chasing our player. Instead we will shoot on our player game object. So that's why in the else condition, else the distance between, so make this curly brackets. So if the distance between it's now too much close, so what we're gonna do right over here, we the enemy game object now shoot on player game object. So let's print out a message for now. So let's type debug.log, and let's say in quotation something shoot on plus basically we just added a custom in quotation you can type a custom message what do you want, and top of that I'm gonna pass this call info. Basically whatever we collided, if the circle collided with this player game object, then we're gonna go over to this player game object. Basically we can access with this call info whatever the circle collided with. We can extract info like name, anything we can. So we're gonna go by taking this parameter which is call info. So let's go over to call info dot game object. So basically we just going over to that game object whatever the circle collided with. So we definitely know the circle collided with gonna collide with that player game object. So we're going to that game object and gonna access the name, and make sure close that of semicolon. So we just adding, firstly we just add a custom message, so shoot on and the name of the game object we the circle collided with. So in this case this will be player. So shoot on player. So shoot on player message just gonna print out in the console. So let's have a look. Control S to save your code, and now let's go to Unity and have a look on that. So we should hope that once this player game object gets inside of that circle, that message just gonna pop up right away. So let's have a look. So let's click on this play button in the top, and once this enemy game object and this player game object get too much close, it's just gonna stops right there, and then it's gonna print out that message. So as you can see, and I guess it's too much close, and it's the enemy game object, it stops right there as you can see, and the shoot on player message just getting pop up again and again. But once we are not too much close, as you can see enemy just chasing our player game object. But once it's get too much close, enemy stops right there and the message just get print out. But as you can see, I guess the distance between is too much close. So we can just take this enemy a little bit farther away from this player game object. So let's get out of play mode, and we can choose for this distance a bigger number. So we can choose something like 4.5, and make sure go to overrides and click on apply all. And we forgot to add some components, so we're gonna do that. So I hope you get the idea, and make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your whatever you have done so far in Unity editor. It will be saved. So let's click on this play button one more time, and let's have a look. We should hope that this enemy game object gonna stop a little bit farther away from this enemy game object, because as a retrieve distance we have chosen a bigger number. So let's have a look. Let's get inside. As you can see, the still it seems like too much close, so we can choose something like 7. And now if we get off, as you can see in it's just stops right there. So this seems pretty kind of good number. So make sure you just auto play mode, because this retrieve distance number not gonna be saved once you are play mode. So make sure you just auto play mode and then change, which is 4.5. So I'm gonna set this one to 7, which was a good number to save. So let's go to overrides, click on apply all. I hope you get the idea that how you can just chase and some certain distance you can stop the enemy. So what we doing, we just printing out message. So instead of printing out message, what we want, this enemy game object should attack once the player game object is too much close. Then this enemy game object shoot on our player game object, basically projectile or bullet. To do so, let's go to project tab, assets, and then sprite. I have it over here, so I'm gonna leave a link in the description. You can go and check that out. So I'm gonna select this one. So let's select this one and drag it to scene view or in the hierarchy. So I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here. And what we're gonna do, let's rename this to something like enemy bullet sorry. And let's add some components to this game object. First thing, we're gonna add a rigid body, and we will set the gravity skill to 0, so it's not gonna fall down. So let's click on add component, find their rigid body 2D, and let's click on that, and let's go to gravity scale and let's set equal to 0. So it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. And make sure you just choose this collision detection to continuous, so it will continuously detect any collision. And for collision detection we're gonna add a collider. So let's click on this add component. You can add any collider you like. I'm gonna add a box collider 2D. So let's attach that. Click on box collider, let's click on edit collider and edit the collider as the size of your bullet sprite, something like this, as you can see. So I guess it's pretty fine. And what we want to do, we want to assign this enemy bullet as a enemy bullet tag. To do so, let's select this enemy bullet, go over to inspector, says tag untag. So just click on that and click on attack, hit this plus icon and name that to something like enemy bullet, and then click on save. Go back to that enemy bullet game object one more time and assign that enemy bullet enemy bullet game object as a enemy bullet tag. So I'm gonna assign that tag enemy bullet, as you can see. Now we assigned this enemy bullet as an enemy bullet, and make sure you just go to box collider or collider and check this is triggered to true, so it's not gonna register, and we're gonna check for trigger. And make sure you just make this one prefab, because we don't want this one to laying around in the scene view. Instead, once this enemy game object basically this player game object get attack range, then this enemy game object shoot this bullet. So at that moment we want to spawn this bullet, and we don't want it for now. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select that and drag it into that prefab folder or into assets in project tab, and let's delete this from this in view. We don't need it. We want to spawn from this enemy game object. So let's go to script, and for that, as you can see, we just printing out message says shoot on, and the name of the game object, which is player, shoot on player. So I'm gonna go right over here and we will make a function for shooting. So for function we're gonna type void, and we can call this something fire or shoot. So let's call this one shoot, and make this first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we want to do inside this function, to shoot or to spawn anything, we need to use this instantiate function. And this instantiate function gonna take as a first argument the game object you want to spawn, and the second thing it will take the position from where you want to spawn, and the third thing it will take the rotation. So what we want, so we want to spawn that enemy bullet. So let's make this one comment for now by double slash, and let's go to top of our class. So let's make it over here. So let's make a public, so we can see in inspector that will be game object. Basically we need a reference of that enemy bullet game object or enemy bullet game object prefab. So that's why we just created a game object field, and we can call this one enemy bullet prefab. And the second thing, we need a position from where we want to shoot out. So also let's make a public that will be transform, means position, rotation and scale, and we can call this one something like shoot point. And the third thing, it will take the rotation, but we don't need rotation, but we do need a speed, how much speed we want to shoot out that bullet, or that bullet should go with that much of speed. So let's create a public float, and we can call this one something like bullet velocity or bullet speed. It's totally up to you what you want to call, and I'm gonna give something like 10F by default. And make sure Control S to save your code and go to Unity. So underneath our enemy script, we're gonna able to see those fields just gonna pop up right away. So the first is that the game object or the enemy bullet, and that field will be empty. So what we have to do, so if we select this enemy game object, as you can see enemy bullet prefab, and it says none, basically empty. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this enemy bullet and drag it right there. Now we have enemy bullet, and the second thing, we need a shoot point. So what you have to do, we need to create a shoot point. To create, right click on enemy game object, then create an empty child game object and name that something like enemy shoot point. So I already have created, and drag it something top of this gun or this weapon, and you can select an icon for by going over to inspector, click on this box, and you can choose any icon you like. And I already have created, so I'm going to select this enemy game object and make sure select the shoot point and drag it to shoot point field. Now we have the enemy bullet as well as the position from where we want to shoot. And now let's go to script, and let's remove these two slashes right from here. So first thing, we're gonna pass our enemy bullet prefab, so let's pass that. And the second thing, it will take the position, so let's pass shoot point dot position from where we want to shoot. So we want to shoot from that shoot point dot position, so that's why we pass. And the rotation, so we want to rotate the bullet in the direction shoot point is looking. So in this situation this will be up, so that's why as a third argument we're gonna pass shoot point dot rotation, means whatever rotation shoot point is facing, that rotation. So let's pass that, and we have to call this function. But when we call, when the enemy sorry player game object is too much close, then we're gonna call this shoot function. And what shoot function is doing, it's gonna spawn this bullet at this point with this rotation. So let's call it right over here. So instead of printing out message, we're gonna call over here. So before we call, we're gonna create two variables, basically to keep track of when we need to shoot, or else we may shoot every single frame. So that's why we need to keep track of when we need to shoot. So that's why we will go over to top of our class, and we will make a two-way variable to make just keeping track of the time. So first thing, we're gonna make this one public, so we can adjust to inspector, that will be float, and we can call this time something like start time or shoot time. And by default I'm gonna set this one to something like 2f or something like 1.5 f. So every this amount of time we want to shoot in between this amount of time. And the second variable we're gonna create, also create a private, it doesn't need to be public, so we're gonna make this one private, that will be float, and we can call this one something like time between shoot, and close that up with semicolon. And we will move over to this our start function, and we do know that start function get called when the game start. So in the start of the game, what we want to do, we want to set this time between shoot equal to this start time. So we will set time between shoot equal to start time. So a start time we do know that is 1.5, so that's why this time between shoot right over here in the start of the game gonna be 1.5. And now let's go to this else condition, and we're gonna check right over here, if we will check if time between shoot, if it's lesser than or equal to 0f, so if that is the case, so what we want to do, we're gonna call this shoot function, and shoot function just gonna spawn the bullet, that enemy bullet at this point. So let's call it right over here. So let's call this shoot and make first bracket and close that off with semicolon. So what we have to do right now, so just so what we're gonna do, so we do know that time between shoot lesser than or equal to 0, it's not gonna be in the start of the game, because time between shoot we set equal to start time, which is a start time which is 1.5. so that's why time between shoot right over here gonna be 1.5. so the time between shoot is not lesser than or equal to 0 if instead this time between shoot is 1.5. so in that situation, what we're gonna do, we're gonna subtract from this time between shoot every single time some unit. So somehow it's gonna hit 0, and if it's hit 0, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna set this time between shoot one more time to, so let's set this time between shoot equal to one more time to start time. But if the time between shoot, if it's not lesser than or equal to 0, so in that situation what we're gonna do, we're gonna subtract from this time between shoot some units. So let's do in else condition. So else the time between shoot is not lesser than or equal to 0, so in that situation we're gonna subtract from this time between shoot minus equal time dot delta time, basically change in frame rate, we just subtracting. So every single frame we just subtracting from this time between shoot minus equal time dot delta time. So somehow this time between shoot right over here gonna hit 0, and once it hits 0, then we calling this shoot function, and then shoot function just doing this thing, and after that we sending back time between shoot again to start time. So this time between shoot right over here gonna be 1.5 one more time. So that's why this condition gonna be run. Why? Because time between shoot is not lesser than or equal to 0. So that's why, and again this time between shoot right over here gonna hit 0, and once it's 0, then calling the shoot function and then setting back. So this line of code right over here gonna loop forever, and every after 1.5 second this shoot function just gonna call, because as a start time we have chosen 1.5, but we can adjust it through inspector. So that's why we just made that one public. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S. Now let's go to Unity. So we should able to see that every 1.5 second that bullet just gonna spawn from that shoot point of this enemy game object, and let's have a look on that. So let's click on this play button, and we can choose the start time. It's totally up to you how much you want. So I'm gonna choose something like 1 second. So every after 1 second the bullet will be spawned. So let's click on this play button in the top, and let's have a look on that. So we should able to see every after 1 second that just gonna spawn. So let's do, as you can see, indeed our enemy bullet just spawning after 1 second. But the problem is that bullet is not moving at all, and the problem is that the bullet is not looking in the direction player is looking, or the in the direction of player. As you can see, it's looking just in opposite direction. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna get out of play mode. So we just have to, if we go to script, we're gonna multiply this rotation with something like 90f. If we just multiply with 90f, so if we go to Unity, then project tab, prefabs, and open up this enemy bullet by double clicking on it, if we just set the rotation in z axis something like 90 in transform, as you can see it's gonna look up basically in the direction basically shoot point is facing, and we do know shoot point always gonna face up direction. So if we just go to, I'm gonna set back to 0, and let's click right over here in hierarchy to go back and select this enemy game object, and something if I rotate in z axis, as you can see this shoot point is facing now this direction. So if I just go to enemy, just click right over here and select this, as you can see it just gonna face this direction. So that's why we're gonna just multiply with that rotation with minus 98, so it's gonna look in the direction. I'm really apologize if I'm just background noises coming out. So what we're gonna do, just gonna multiply with that rotation. So let's go to strip, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna multiply this rotation with 90f. To do so, let's multiply. So we have to use this quaternion dot quaternion dot Euler, quaternion dot quaternion dot Euler, and this gonna have x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. So what we want for x-axis, we're gonna do 0f, we don't want rotate, and the y-axis we're gonna do the same thing, but for the z-axis we're gonna do 90f. So basically we just multiplying our rotation in the z-axis with 90f. So this bullet gonna spawn in the direction player enemy or this shoot point is looking or facing. In that rotation the bullet just gonna spawn right there. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your code, and let's go to Unity and have a look. So in the direction shoot point is rotating, in that direction enemy bullet just gonna spawn, and we also need to move our enemy bullet. So let's have a look. So let's click on this play button in the top and have a look on that. So just wait for to compile, and when it's done we should be able to go okay. As you can see, indeed, a shoot point is basically the bullet just spawning in the shoot point is facing, or the direction shoot point is looking. As you can see, the enemy bullet just getting spawned right in that rotation. So that is the thing, but the problem is that bullet is not moving at all, so we need to just move our bullet. To do so, let's get out of play mode, and now let's go to script one more time. So we spawning this enemy bullet at this position with this much of rotation. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna store this bullet into another game object. So let's put it into a game object, and we can call this something like temp bullet, basically temporary, and let's set equal to this. Basically this game object temp bullet gonna work out as a container. So firstly we spawning this bullet at this position with this rotation, and then we just taking this bullet and storing or putting into this temp bullet container. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to container or that bullet we spawn it, and we're gonna move that. To do so, let's go to next line, and we're gonna go to temp bullet, then in temp bullet, and we will get the component. So let's use this dot get component, and the component we're looking for is rigid body 2D, and make this first bracket, and then dot velocity, and we will set the velocity in the direction shoot point is facing, or shoot point is just rotating in that direction. Basically what we're doing, so let's suppose we spawned this bullet, bullet, so we just getting the component which is rigid body, so we just accessing this rigid body component of this bullet, and then we setting the, and we do know that this rigid body is responsible for gravity, velocity, force, anything like that. So that's why we just moving over to this rigid body, and then setting the velocity, and we will set the velocity in the direction shoot point is facing. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna do this shoot point dot up. Basically shoot point dot up means up direction, so y in the 1 and 0 in the x, or you can just do shoot point dot up, basically whatever direction shoot point is facing. So if the player game object rotate in the down direction, so this or right over here shoot point gonna face in the down direction. So basically shoot point dot up means whatever direction shoot point is facing, and in that direction we're gonna multiply with some unit. So let's multiply, so we're gonna multiply with our bullet velocity we do have right over here. So let's do that. So let's multiply with bullet velocity, and make sure close that off with some colon. So what we're doing, firstly we just going over to rigid body of that enemy bullet, and then accessing the velocity, and we're setting the velocity in the direction shoot point is facing with this much of speed or velocity. Make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your code and go to Unity. So we should able to see that bullet gonna spawn in the direction shoot point is looking, and bullet will go with that bullet velocity. But we can adjust it over here, that's why we made that field public, so we can adjust in inspector, and you can just play around with that. So just wait for to compile. So if we click on this play button now, we should hope that our bullet just gonna go with this much of velocity in the direction shoot point is looking, or shoot point is just facing or rotating, so in that direction. So we should hope that, as you can see, indeed our basically we shooting, and the bullet just going with this much of bullet velocity. But the problem is that the bullet just laying on the hierarchy, and not it just not destroying itself after some time. So we need to destroy this game object, or this bullet game object, after some amount of time. Why? Because our game just gonna hold too many game objects, so at some point our game objects or the frame rate just gonna shrink down. So that's why it's gonna be a little bit glitch, and too many gonna basically our game just gonna crash away, just gonna crash down. So that's why we need to delete this bullet after some time. To do so, let's get out of play mode, and now let's open up the enemy script one more time. So I'm gonna go to enemy script, so just wait a little bit. Now let's go to enemy script. So over here, as you can see, we adding up velocity to this bullet. So after adding the velocity, we need to destroy this bullet after some period of time. To destroy, we gonna use this destroy function. So let's use this destroy function, and destroy function as a first argument will take the game object we want to destroy. So we store it, we store it this spawn, firstly we spawned this bullet, and we stored this bullet into this temp bullet or into this container. So we need to delete this container, or the where we store it, we need to delete that. To delete or to destroy it, we're gonna use this destroy function, and destroy function will take the game object we want to destroy. So obviously we're gonna pass this temp bullet a comma, and the second argument we can specify the time when we want to delete our or to destroy our bullet. So I'm gonna do something like 10f, basically means 10 second. You can put any number you like, it's totally up to you how much time after time you just want to destroy that. So make sure you just close that up with semicolon as well, and make the control S to save your code. And let's go to Unity one more time. So after 10 seconds, that bullet should destroy right away. So our hierarchy and the scene view will be lot more clean. So we're gonna see this right away. So let's give it time to compile our script. And now, and if we just click on this play button now and get inside of this attack range of this enemy game object, enemy firstly gonna chase us, and after some time it's gonna stop, and there it's gonna shoot on to our clear game object, as you can see. And now it's just shooting bullet, and we should able to see that this bullet after 10 seconds just gonna destroy right away. So let's have a look. You can choose a little small time, as you can see it's destroying right over here basically after 10 seconds, and the hierarchy just getting cleaner one by one, and that is a cool thing. So I hope you get the idea of this. And now let's get out of play mode, and what we want to do, we want to add some components to this enemy game object. So let's select the enemy game object in hierarchy, and if to focus on that, and we want to add two more components to this game object. One is rigid body, and we will set the gravity of this enemy game object to 0. And the second thing, we're gonna add a collider for collision detection. So let's do that. So let's click on this add component. Let's find rigid body 2D, and let's go to gravity scale, and let's set equal to 0, and make sure you just choose this collision detection to continuous. And let's add one more component for collision detection. So let's click on this add component, and let's add a box collider 2D, and let's edit the collider as the size of our enemy game object. So let's click on this edit collider. Let's edit the collider as the size of our enemy game object. Make sure you just do that, and let's do it some, I guess it's fine. And once you are fine, make sure you just go to overrides and click on apply all, so the changes will be saved into the prefab of this enemy game object as well. And make sure you just go to top left file and click on save, or hit Ctrl S on your keyboard to save whatever you have done so far in your Unity editor or in your project. So make sure you just do that. I hope you get the idea of this. So we're gonna do the same thing. Once we click left mouse button, we want to shoot. Before we do that, let's have a quick look. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top, and let's have a look on that enemy is shooting. We're gonna get a problem. Let me talk about it a bit later, so just have a look first. And if I just get close to enemy game object, as you can see enemy is shooting, but we are no way able to see our bullet. Why? Because the bullet layer is behind our background layer. So we need to assign our bullet layer as a bullet layer, and then enemy bullet basically, and we will take that layer all the way up from basically front of, or we're gonna take that we're gonna basically take that front of our background. So let's do that. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. To do so, let's go to project tab, prefabs, where we just drag it the bullet prefab. So let's open that up by double clicking on it. Let's go over to inspector, scroll down, says sprite renderer. So just click on that and click on our sorting layer, and it says default. So let's click on add sorting layer. So let's make a bullet. So I'm gonna call this one bullet, and I'm gonna leave it top. Why? So you can drag this all the way behind, but it will be behind our background. So that's why I'm gonna take this layer all the way up or in front of all of these layers. So let's now select the enemy bullet one more time, and let's assign this enemy bullet as a bullet layer. So I'm going to go to sprite renderer one more time, and let's assign that bullet. Now we assigned this enemy bullet as a bullet. So let's click right over here to go back, and let's click on this play button to have a look. And now we should able to see that bullet just gonna spawn top of our enemy gun or shooting point, and it's gonna go that direction. As you can see, indeed now we are able to see the bullet. And let's do the same thing for our player game object. So let's open up the player script. So I'm going to select the player game object. So let's double click that to open it up and open it up in Visual Studio. And let's go to top. Right over here, I'm gonna remove these two namespaces in the top. We don't need it. Instead, I'm gonna go right over here, and let's go to update function, and let's go to bottom. And we do know that update function runs every single frame. So I'm gonna check right over here. So we will use this if condition. If input dot get mouse button down, and make this first bracket, and make this basically, and make some curly brackets. So into brackets, in between this bracket, you can pass 1, you can pass 0. 1 basically means the right mouse button, and 0 right over here means the left mouse button. So over here we checking if input dot get mouse button down, basically we just clicking left mouse button. So what we want to do, we want to shoot. So before we shoot or just spawn projectile, bullet projectile, we're gonna go over here and we're gonna make a shoot function. So for function, we're gonna type void, and let's call the function shoot something like shoot or fire, make first bracket and some curly bracket. So what we want to do, we want to spawn bullet. To spawn bullet, if we do know, we need to use this instantiate function. And instantiate function over here, as a first argument, will take the game object we want to spawn or instantiate. So in our case, we're gonna create a player bullet as well. And the second thing, it will take the position. Third argument, it will take the rotation. So let's make this one comment for now, and let's go to top of our class because we need to assign those. So first thing, we need a bullet. So let's make a public game object, and we can call this one player bullet prefab, or let's call it instead bullet prefab. And the second thing, we need position. So let's also make a public transform means position, and we can call this something like shoot position or shoot point. And the third thing, it's need the rotation. So we're gonna get into that later. So let's control S to save our code, and let's go to Unity. So we need to create a shoot point in our player game object, basically where we want to shoot out. And also we need to create a bullet, basically what bullet we just want to spawn or just want to shoot out. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to project tab, assets, sprite. I have bullets right over here. So I'm gonna select any of them, something like this green one, I guess. Seems pretty cool. So I'm gonna select that, drag it into the scene view or into the hierarchy. As you can see, we cannot able to see because this layer of this bullet is behind our background layer. So that's why we're gonna sorting layer, we're gonna choose this bullet, and bullets is all the way up. As you can see, now we are able to see. So we're gonna call this something like player bullet or bullet. I'm gonna call this one player bullet sorry, player bullet. And we're gonna add some components. So first thing, obviously we're gonna add a rigid body. and make sure you just click on this rigid body and set the gravity scale to 0, so it's not gonna fall down due to gravity. And collision detection, we're gonna choose continuous. And let's add up one more component for collision detection. So let's click on this add component and let's find box collider 2D, and let's adjust the collider as the size of our this bullet, player bullet. So let's click on this edit collider. Let's edit the collider as the size of our bullet. As you can see, it seems pretty good now. And what you have to do, make sure you just check this is trigger box, to check this one, so it's not gonna register. And I guess it's fine. And make what we want to do, we want to assign this player bullet as a player bullet tag. To do so, let's go to inspector, let's click on untag, add tag, and name the tag what you want. So I'm gonna call this one player bullet. Why we just tagging? Because we gonna use this attack later to do something. And click on save and select this player bullet one more time, and let's assign with player bullet tag. Now we assigned this player bullet as a player bullet tag. And make sure you just make this one prefab. So let's select that from hierarchy and drag it into that prefab folder or into assets folder. Now we just turn it into prefab. So now let's delete this one from the scene view or hierarchy, we don't need it. Instead, let's select the player and F to focus on it. So what we want to do, we're gonna create a shoot point, something top of our gun, and from this point we just want to shoot out. So that's why. So let's right click on this player game object and create an empty child game object, and let's call this one shoot point. And let's go to inspector, and you can choose any icon you like, and let's drag it top of our weapon, something right over here, I guess. So I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, I guess it's fine. And make sure you just go to O player, click on overrides and apply all. And as you can see, bullet prefab, and it says done in player script. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this player bullet and let's drag it right there, and shoot point says done. Make sure you just select the shoot point and drag it right there in shoot point field. Now we have the shoot point as well as the bullet prefab. Now let's go to script and let's go move over to shoot function, and let's remove these two slashes. So first thing, we're gonna pass bullet prefab. So let's pass bullet prefab, and as a bullet prefab we have chosen that player bullet, and comma, second thing, it will take the position. So let's pass shoot point dot position, and the third argument, it will take the rotation. So we're gonna put shoot point dot rotation, basically in the direction shoot point is rotating, and we will multiply with something like with 90 as we have done in our player enemy game object. If I just move to enemy class, as you can see, we just quaternion dot euler, we just multiplied with this thing. So we're gonna do the same thing. So let's go to player script, and we're gonna type shoot point dot rotation, and we will multiply that with our quaternion dot euler, and let's quaternion to Euler, and make first bracket, and in the x we're gonna put 0f in the x, but in the z axis we're gonna put 90f, so it's gonna rotate in the direction or shoot point just facing. And make sure close that up with semicolon. And now we spawned this bullet at this point with this much of rotation. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna store this bullet, whatever we instantiated, we're gonna store this into another you can say in container, that will be game object container. Why? Because this is this bullet prefab is also a game object, so that's why we're gonna put it into another game object or another game object container. So this will be game object, and we can call this something like tame bullet equal to this. So firstly we spawned this bullet at this point with this rotation, and then after instantiating or spawning that bullet, we storing or putting that bullet into this tame bullet container. Now what we have to do, we're gonna add velocity to this bullet, because the bullet we haven't added any velocity to the bullet, so the bullet just gonna spawn and the bullet just gonna stay at this shoot point. It's not gonna move at all. So that's why let's go to script and let's go to top of our class, and over here let's define a velocity of that bullet. So let's make a public float and we can call this one velocity, or player bullet velocity. I'm gonna call this one bullet velocity as we have done for our enemy game object. So let's call bullet velocity, and by default I'm gonna give it something like 10f. And now let's go over to container, basically where we put it. Let's go there, let's get the component, and the component we gonna look for is rigid body, and we and make this first bracket. Basically we do know that we attach a rigid body component to that player bullet game object, so that's why. So firstly we just getting the rigid body component, and dot we will access the velocity, and we will set the velocity equal to in the direction shoot point is facing, or shoot point dot up, basically shoot point dot up. Basically we just doing at the same thing we have done for our enemy bullet. So shoot point dot up, so direction, so it will always be the top of from basically whatever direction this shoot point is facing. If we just rotate this player game object, then this shoot point just gonna face in this direction, so shoot point dot up over there gonna be now this direction. So basically whatever direction shoot point is facing, and in that direction we're gonna multiply our speed or the velocity of the bullet. So let's multiply with that direction with this bullet velocity. So basically what we're doing, firstly we put this bullet prefab into this temp bullet, and then we just going over to temp bullet and getting the rigid body component, then accessing this velocity of that bullet, and we setting the velocity of that bullet in the direction shoot point facing, and we just multiplying with some unit to make it move. So let me explain it. If we just move to Unity and then open up this player bullet, so we just going to this player bullet and then accessing this rigid body, and we setting the rigid body velocity of this player bullet in the direction shoot point is facing, basically. So let's go back there, and I hope you get the idea, and Control S to save your code. And we also need to call this function shoot function, and shoot function just gonna do this thing. It's gonna spawn the bullet, and the next time it's gonna add up the velocity, but we never calling it. But when we gonna call this shoot function, when we click left mouse button, as you can see. So when we click left mouse button, so we're gonna call this shoot function, and shoot function will do this thing. So let's call it right over here, shoot, and make first bracket and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see that once we click left mouse button, the bullet just gonna spawn at shoot point position, and the bullet will go in the direction shoot point is facing. So just wait, and if we select this player game object, now let's click on this play button in the top and let's have a look. So just wait. So as you can see, indeed we shooting bullet, but I guess we need to move our shoot point a little bit up from this player game object, and the player game object is not destroying at all. As you can see, it's just going and going and going in this space and laying. We also need to destroy, as we did for our enemy game object. We're gonna destroy this player bullet as well. So let's get out of play mode, and now let's go to script. And over here, after adding a velocity, we're gonna use this destroy function. And destroy function, we know as a first argument it will take the game object we want to destroy. Basically we stored that into this temp bullet container. So let's destroy the whole container, or the bullet we instantiated or spawn it. So let's pass temp bullet, and the second thing, it will take the time. So I'm gonna do something like 5f, means after 5 seconds that bullet just gonna be destroyed. And make sure close that up with semicolon. Control S to save code. And now let's go to Unity. So after 5 seconds we should able to see that the player bullet just gonna destroy right away. Just have a look. And now if I select this player and in this in view, if to focus on it, and let's click on this play button in the top and let's have a look on it. So just wait. And now if I just shoot, as you can see player bullet just get, and we should able to see after 5 seconds, as you can see indeed after 5 seconds those bullets just getting destroyed from the scene view or in the hierarchy, and it makes our hierarchy lot more cleaner and as well as the scene view. And what we want to do now, once we shoot on this enemy game object, this enemy game object should take damage, and we also need to destroy the bullet after taking damage. So let's get out of play mode, and I'm gonna select the player game object, if to focus on it, and let's select the shoot point first. So let's click right there. I'm gonna move this shoot point somewhere around here, so this will be the perfect. And let's go to player, click on overrides and apply all. Now let's select this player, enemy. So before we damage our enemy game object, we need to give some help to this enemy game object. So let's open up the enemy script. Basically you can create a separate script for that. So basically go over to project tab, then asset, right click on assets, then create C# script, and you can name it to something like enemy health, something like that. Or I'm not gonna do that. And make sure you just select that script and drag it to add component section, but I'm gonna go with this enemy script. I'm not gonna create a second script. So let's double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. I'm gonna go to top of our class and I'm gonna give some help. So let's make a public int, basically those numbers which comes with decimal, which comes with whole numbers like 0 1 2 3 4, and we have to name this. So we can call something like max health, and by default I'm gonna give something like 3 unit of health, 3 unit of health. And what we have to do now, we need to take damage. We have given this max health, and we need to subtract from this max health of this enemy script with some units. So let's make a take damage function in the bottom, something right over here. So I'm going to remove this. Instead, make sure you just making this one function public, because we want to call this function from another class or another script. So that's why. And for function we're gonna call we have to type void, and we have to name the function. So let's call it something like take damage, or we can call this one enemy take damage, enemy take damage, and this function is gonna take an argument which will be int. So let's pass int, and we can call it something like damage and make some curly brackets. So what we want to do inside this function, we just want to subtract from this max health by some unit, basically with this much of damage. So we will go over to max health and we will subtract minus equal, or you can just put we're gonna put minus equal this damage. And we do know that. So let's suppose assume once you call this take damage function, you need to replace this damage parameter with some unit, something like you can just put 1, you can just put 3, you can put 2, anything, any number you like. So let's suppose I'm gonna pass 1, and if we call this function for the first time, this take damage enemy take damage function, so the max health right over here is 3. So and let's assume as a damage parameter I pass 1. So if we call this function, so 3 minus 1 gonna be 2. So this so max health just gonna go to 2. And now let's suppose we call this function for the next time. So this max health is now 2. So 2 minus 1 will be 1. And let's call this function for the third time. So this max health is already now 1. So 1 minus 1 will be 0. So somehow our max health of enemy game object gonna hit 0. So at that moment we need to stop subtracting. So let's suppose max health is already 0 and we call this function. So 0 minus 1 will be minus 1. So this gonna go to negative value. So before we subtract, we're gonna check if the enemy game object already have health or not. If not, then we have to do something. So we will check before we subtract. We're gonna check if max health is lesser than or equal to 0 and make some curly brackets. So in this situation, basically now enemy game object don't have enough health. Basically max health is now 0. So what we have to do, we need to stop doing this thing. Basically we need to stop subtracting. So that's why in between these curly brackets we're gonna type return, and after return, sorry, not retrieve distance, it's return, and after return whatever line of code you're gonna write, it will not be execute. So this max health just gonna start at 0. So this line of code gonna stop executing or gonna stop calling. And we also need to make a die function. So once we loses all of his health, then we need to destroy our enemy game object right away. So let's go to bottom something right over here. You can make it anywhere you want. I'm gonna do it somewhere around here, and this function doesn't need to be public because we don't want to call this function from another class or another script. And for function we're gonna type void. So and we can call this function something like die and make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, for now let's print out a passage, and later we're gonna destroy our enemy game object right away. So we're gonna do something like debug.log something like this. We can type this dot transform dot name, and top of that I'm gonna add a custom message in quotation something like diet, and make sure to close that up with semicolon. So basically what I have done right over here, we just moving over to this transform. Basically this dot transform means enemy this transform. We just moving over to this transform component, and by this transform we just accessing the name, which in our case this enemy we're gonna see. So and top of that we just adding a custom message. So this right over here gonna be enemy. So enemy plus diet means right over just gonna print out enemy died, and we need to call this one. But when once we loses all of our health, once the max health reaches 0, we're not going to do it right over here. Instead we're going to do in update function. Why? Because this update function runs every single frame, and we need to check our max health of enemy every single frame. We need to check or need to keep track. So that's why we're going to do it right over here. So we're going to check if max health of enemy, if it's lesser than or equal to 0. So in that situation we're gonna call the die function. So let's make these curly brackets, and let's call the die function right over here, and make first bracket, close that up with semicolon. And what die function is doing, which is calling the die function, it's just printing out message in the console says this dot transform dot name died means enemy died. So control S to save your code. And now let's go to Unity. So we should able to see, but we also need to call that take damage function. But when we should, once we just collide with that player bullet, at that moment we need to call the function. We just made the take damage function. If we go to script one more time, as you can see, we just created this take damage enemy take damage function, and we just not calling anywhere. So it's not gonna so this line of code not gonna execute, means max health not gonna subtract anymore. But but when we shoot, once we trigger with those bullet, basically if we trigger with player bullet. So if we go to Unity project tab, then prefab, and open up this player bullet, as you can see, once we collide with this player bullet, at that moment we're gonna take damage. Basically we're gonna call that enemy take damage function. And we do know that we assigned this player bullet as a player bullet tag, as you can see right over here. And we just we just move over to box collider of this bullet, and we just check this is triggered to true. So that's why. So let's click right over here in hierarchy to go back, and we're gonna go to script. So that's why we're gonna use this on trigger enter function. So I'm gonna do it somewhere around here. So let's type on trigger enter 2D function, and this function right over here get called when we trigger with something. So we definitely gonna trigger with that player bullet if the player just shoot on our enemy game object. And we can extract info what we trigger it with by going this collision parameter. Something like we can extract info, a name, tag, component, or anything like that we can. So right over here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna check whatever we gonna trigger it with, if that game object has tag player bullet. So in that moment we need to take damage. So we're going to check right over here. So if collision dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to player bullet, and make some curly brackets. So we do know that this function get called when we trigger with something, and we checking right over here whatever we trigger it with, we going to that game object, and then we accessing the tag of that game object. So and we checking if that tag, if it's equals to player bullet. So in that situation what we need to do, we need to call this enemy take damage function, because if we trigger with that enemy player bullet, and we do know that this we assigned this player bullet as a player bullet tag. So if we trigger with this player bullet, so we have to call the take damage function. So that's why basically we just colliding with that player bullet. So let's call this enemy take damage function right over here. As a damage parameter you can pass 3. So right away enemy just gonna lose all of his health, because as a default max health we just given 3. But I'm gonna do it something 1, because every after once uh, basically by 1 unit I'm just wanna lose enemy health. And make sure you just close that off with semicolon. But as a damage parameter you can pass any number you like, or any number you just wish to go with. And make sure to close that off with semicolon, control S to save your code, and go back to Unity. So once we trigger with player bullet, this enemy game object just gonna lose health right away by 1. So let's have a look. So if I select this enemy game object and go over to inspector, as you can see max health by default we have given 3, but we can adjust it over here. So that's why we just made that one public. You can give any number you like, it's totally up to you. So I'm gonna leave with 3, and let's click on this play button in the top and have a look. Once the player game object just shoot on our player enemy game object projectile this bullet. So let's have a, so if I shoot, as you can see max health case 2, and if I just that player bullet, if we shoot one more time, as you can see max health just goes 1. And if I shoot third time on enemy, as you can see enemy loses all of his health, max health is now 0. And if we just go over to console, as you can see enemy died message just getting print out over again and again. But the problem is that after shooting we need to destroy this player bullet. As you can see it just crossing over our enemy game object, even taking even after enemy game object taking damage. So we need to destroy. So that's why we need to destroy, and we're gonna destroy this enemy game object as well right away. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to script, and after taking damage we need to destroy that player bullet. To destroy we're gonna use this destroy function, and destroy function we do know it's gonna take the game object we want to destroy. So we're gonna pass over here collision dot game object, and make sure close that off with semicolon. So collision dot game object basically means whatever we trigger it with. So we definitely gonna trigger with the player bullet. So basically it collision dot game object right there means player bullet. So basically we destroying the player bullet after enemy taking damage. So I hope you get the idea. Make sure you just control S to save your code. So and after taking all of the damage, what I want to destroy enemy game object right away. And we also need to show something like particle effect or explosion effect, you can say. We also need to show that up. So for now leave that let's leave it like this. Let's go to Unity. So make sure press down Ctrl S, and let's go to Unity. And if we click on this play button, so we should able to see that after taking damage enemy bullet just gonna destroy right away. So let's have a look. As you can see enemy bullet get destroyed once the player bullet get destroyed once the enemy just taking damage, as you can see. And once enemy loses all of his health, the player enemy died message just getting pop up in the console says enemy died again and again, as you can see. I hope you get the idea of this, so I'm gonna get out of play mode. I hope you get the idea of this. I have done the same thing for our player game object. So if I open up this player, I have given this max cell, as you can see. And if I just double click that to our basically player script, on player script, as you can see, I have created a player take damage function and the die function, as like we have done for our enemy game object. So do the same thing right over here as well. So if we go to Unity, what we want, once this enemy game object just loses all of his health, we just printing out the message says enemy died. So instead of printing out message, or what we want to do, we want to show particle effect, basically particle, sorry, not particle effect, but a explosion effect. To do so, I'm gonna go to project tab, project tab, then assets and sprites. I'm gonna go right there, and explosion, I have it over here. So I'm gonna leave a link in the description of this sprite sheet. You can go and check that out. So select that, go over to inspector, click on sprite editor. As you can see, we have more than one sprite, so we need to choose single to multiple. To do so, let's select sprite mode to multiple, because we have multiple sprite. And if you take a close look, it seems blurry, and this is an pixel art, and you just want to get rid of that blurry. What we have to do, we need to select this filter mode in the bottom, 2 point no filter. And after doing that, make sure you just click on this apply button, and in the top left in sprite editor you can see slice. So just click on that and select automatic to grid by cell count, and count how many columns and rows it has. So it has 3, 6, 7, 8 columns. So 8 columns and 1 row. Let's click on slice and then click on apply in the top right in sprite editor. So if we select this syntab one more time, and to go back, and let's go to that sprite sheet, and let's click on this arrow. As you can see, all of this sprite just get cut individually. So I'm gonna select the first one. Let's select that, drag it into the scene view or into the hierarchy. So I'm going to drag it something right over here, and let's call it something like explosion. So I'm going to call this one explosion effect or something like that. And we want to create the, we have all of the sprites, as you can see, of animation, exploding animation. So we're going to select all of them by holding down shift and just place it top of this explosion game object. So before we do that, what we're going to do, I'm going to cut this, I'm going to create a animation folder. So let's go to assets, right click on assets, then create folder, and name the folder what you want. So I'm going to call this one animation. And now we created this animation, and into this animation folder I'm going to place all of the animation. So that's why I just created to keep all of the things in organized way. So let's go right there one more time. I'm going to select all of the sprite by holding down shift and just place it top of this explosion game object, and it's going to create the animation right away, as you can see. So I'm going to go to assets, and in assets we created this animation folder. So let's open that up by double clicking on it, and we have to name the animation. So I'm going to call this one explosion, and click on save, and it's gonna create the animation right away. To see that, so let's select this animation tab, make sure you just select the game object explosion, and let's click on this play button. As you can see, indeed the animation is just playing over again and again. And let's suppose you just don't want to loop this animation and just want to play just one time. So how you can just achieve that? To do so, let's go to project tab, then animation folder where we created the animation, we have it over here. So select the animation which is explosion, and go over to inspector and uncheck this loop time, so the animation will not be loop. And make sure you just select this explosion and make a copy, basically make this one prefab, so we can spawn this any where we want. So let's select that and drag it into that prefab folder or into assets. Now we done, and I'm gonna delete from this scene view. Now scene view or hierarchy, we don't need it. Instead, where we need, once this enemy game object just lose all of his health and get destroyed right away, at that moment I'm just gonna show that explosion effect. To do so, let's open up this enemy script. So I'm gonna select the enemy game object and let's double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. Let's scroll down. So over here, as you can see, we just printing out message, and before we basically before we type print out message, we also want to destroy our enemy game object. To destroy, we're gonna use this destroy function, and destroy function gonna take the game object we want to destroy. So we will pass this dot game object. This dot game object basically means it's just referencing itself. So basically this enemy game object itself, uh, and we can specify the time comma second argument, but we don't want to do that because we want to destroy our enemy game object right away. So that's why, and make sure close that up with semicolon. And before we do destroy, we're gonna show that explosion. To show that, so before we destroy, we're gonna use this instantiate function, and we do know that this function as a first argument will take the game object we want to show up, which in our case explosion, and the second thing it will take the position, third argument it will take the rotation. So let's go to top of our class, and we need a reference of that explosion game object. So that's why we're gonna make a field right over here. So let's make this one public, and this will be game object because that is a game object, and we can call this one something like explosion prefab. So let's call it explosion prefab. And make sure once you just go to Unity and drag the explosion game object to this explosion prefab slot, make sure you just do that. Now scroll down, and over here as a first argument I'm gonna pass explosion prefab, and the second thing it will take the position. So we will pass transform dot position. Basically transform dot position means over here current position of the enemy or the center position of the enemy. Basically if we move to Unity, this we just moving over to this transform and then position. And the second thing third argument, it's gonna take the rotation. So we will pass quaternion dot identity. It basically means no rotation, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. But we show it this explosion prefab at this point with no rotation. So we also need to destroy this explosion prefab after some time. We need to destroy that, or else it's gonna laying around our scene view or in the hierarchy. So we also need to this explosion prefab after some time, basically destroy. To do so, we're gonna put this explosion prefab into another container or into another game object. To do so, let's create a game object parameter right over here, and we can call something like temp explosion, and let's set equal to this. So basically we're taking this explosion prefab and just storing into this temp explosion game object, or into this temp explosion container. And we also need to destroy the container or the explosion prefab which we just recently show it after destroying our enemy game object. So we also need to destroy this explosion prefab, explosion prefab, basically this temp explosion where we stored it. So to destroy, we do know we're gonna use this destroy function, and destroy function as a first argument will take the game object we want to destroy. So we're gonna pass this temp explosion what we want to destroy, and the second thing it will take the time. So if we move to Unity, then project tab, prefabs, in assets prefab, and open up this explosion by double clicking on it and select this explosion and go to animation tab. As you can see, so if I just F to focus on it, so as you can see after 0.71 I guess we just completing the whole animation clip of explosion. So after this amount of time we have to destroy this explosion game object, because after this amount of time it just completing the whole animation clip. So that's why. So let's click right over here to go back, and now let's go to script. So after 0.7 a second we just want to destroy, and make sure close that up with semicolon, Control S to save your code. And now let's go to Unity, And in enemy script we're gonna see an empty field says explosion prefab, and it's just gonna appear right away. So just wait for to compile, and we should able to see that. So if we select this enemy game object now, as you can see explosion prefab and it says none, basically empty. So what we have to do, we need to drag the explosion right over here, so we're gonna have the reference, or else we're gonna get some error. So let's go to project tab, assets prefab, and let's select this explosion game object and let's drag it right there. Now we have the reference. So if we click on this play button in the top, we should able to see that basically that's just gonna happen right away. So if we just 1 2 3, as you can see indeed that explosion show it up, and the explosion game object get destroyed after completing the whole animation clip into the scene view. As we can see, we cannot see that game object as well as in the hierarchy, and it makes our game so much clean, or the game view or the hierarchy, basically the scene view or the hierarchy. So what we're gonna do now, I'm gonna get out of play mode, and we're gonna do the same thing as this onto this player game object. Once the player game object loses all of his health, then we will show that that explosion, and then explosion, and we also need to destroy this player game object right away once this enemy game object just shoot on this player game object. So let's open up the enemy script by first by double clicking on it, and let's copy this line of code. Basically we're gonna do the same thing by control C, copying it, and now let's go over to player script, and over here we have the die function. Let's paste it over here by control V, and we get an we're getting an error says explosion prefab, and it does not exist in the current context. Basically it's not exist in our script. So we're gonna go to top of our class, and we need a reference of that explosion prefab. So that's why we're gonna make a public game object, and we can call this one explosion prefab as the name, explosion prefab, sorry prefab. And now we're gonna have the reference. Basically we need to drag it. So as you can see, we just get off that error. So what we're doing, let me explain one more time. So basically we spawning this explosion prefab, and transform dot right position right over here gonna be current position of our player game object, or the center position of our player game object with no rotation. Then we storing this explosion, whatever we show it, into this temp explosion, and we destroying the temp explosion after this amount of time, and we destroying our player game object right away, as you can see. So this dot game object right over here gonna be player game object itself. So we destroying it. So make sure control S to save your code. Now let's go to Unity, and make sure you just drag the explosion game object into the explosion prefab slot in your player script, or player script underneath our player script. So just wait for to compile. So now if we select this player game object, as you can see explosion prefab, and it says none, basically empty. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to project tab, then prefabs, and let's select this explosion game object and drag it into this explosion prefab slot. Now we have the explosion game object to show up. So let's have a look. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top, and let's see what's really happening. So now if we just take 3 times damage, 1 2 3, as you can see player game object get destroyed, and the explosion just show it up, and also the explosion effect just goes destroy right away after playing the whole explosion animation clip. I hope you get the idea of this. And to make it little more juicy or little more cool, we're gonna shake our camera as well. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. To shake our camera, what we have to do, let's select this virtual camera in hierarchy, go over to inspector, scroll down, and Cinemachine virtual camera. Then if we just move over to this noise, and it says none. So what you have to do, you just click on that and select this basic multi-channel Berlin, select that. And what we're gonna do, noise profile, no, for noise profile we need to select this 60 check. So select that, and if we click on this play button, now we can see, we're gonna able to see the camera, basically Cinemachine camera just gonna shake right away. Basically main camera will shake right away with this much of amplitude. As you can see, indeed the camera is shaking, and we can just play around with this number. If I just increase the amplitude gain to something like 4, as you can see, the intensity of the shaking just get more, and we can just if increase the frequency as well. Now if we set this amplitude gain to 0, as you can see, after basically after setting this amplitude gain to 0, camera just stop getting shaking. So what we have to do, we need to play around this amplitude gain. Firstly, we need this Cinemachine virtual camera component reference, and then we can just go over to this basic multi-channel plugin, and we can set this amplitude gain to something like 2, so the camera will shake. And we just gonna do with some a little duration, and after that we're gonna set back this amplitude gain to 0. And we do know, once we set back to 0, and the camera just get stop shaking. So that is the thing. So we're gonna create a script for that. So let's get out of play mode, and what we have to do, so make sure you just out of play mode, select this virtual camera one more time, go over to Cinemachine virtual camera, and noise, no, for noise select basic multi-channel plugin, then noise profile select 66, and amplitude gain we're gonna set it to 0. We don't wanna shake our camera right away once the game starts, so that's why we just gonna set right away 0. And I'm gonna increase the frequency something like 2, and through script we gonna set this amplitude gain with some unit for some for with some duration. And after that time, we're just gonna set this amplitude gain to back to 0, so it's gonna not so our camera will not shake. So let's create a script for that. To do so, let's go to project tab, then assets, assets, right click on assets, or create a folder for script. So basically right click on assets, then create folder, name that folder to something like scripts. So I already have it over here, so I'm going to right click on this script, then go to create C# script, name it to something like camera shake. And make sure you can attach this script to any game object of your hierarchy, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna select this virtual camera, and I'm gonna select this camera shake. I already have created the script right over here, so I'm gonna select this virtual camera. You can attach this script to any game object of your hierarchy, it's totally up to you, but I'm gonna go with this virtual camera. So let's select the game object, and let's select this script and drag it to add component section, and now double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. So as you can see, by default we have start and update function, and let's remove these two namespaces in the top. Instead we need to use this using Cinemachine. Why? Because we're gonna play around with Cinemachine camera, or that Cinemachine virtual camera, so that's why we have to include this namespace called using Cinemachine. And we need a reference of this Cinemachine virtual camera. Then we can go over to this basic multi-channel plugin, and then we can set the amplitude gain. So we need a reference of this Cinemachine virtual camera. So let's go to script, and let's make a field right over here. So let's make a public, that will be Cinemachine virtual camera, Cinemachine virtual Cinemachine, or we can suggest to virtual Cinemachine virtual camera. Okay, Cinemachine virtual camera, and we can call this something like vcam, basically virtual camera. Make sure you just close that up with semicolon. I'm gonna remove this comments from right over here as well, and here, and Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity, because and underneath our camera shake script, we're gonna able to see an Cinemachine virtual camera slot just gonna appear. So what we have to do, we need to drag the Cinemachine camera virtual camera right there, so we're gonna have the reference, then we can. So as you can see vcam, and it says none, empty. So what we're gonna do, let's select the Cinemachine virtual camera and drag it right there. Now we have the virtual this reference. Then now we can go over to this basic multi-channel plugin. So let's go to script. For shaking, we're gonna create a shake function, and we're gonna make it public. Why? Because we just want to call that function from another class or another script. So I'm gonna make it somewhere around here. So let's make this one public, so we can call from another function. For function we're gonna type void, and we can call this something like shake or camera shake. It's totally up to you what you want to call. And make first bracket and some curly brackets, and this function as a first argument, it's gonna take the intensity. So float, I'm going sorry, as a first argument we're gonna pass the duration, and the comma second argument, it's gonna take the intensity. So let's pass float intensity. And once you call this function, you can replace this duration with some number, something like zero point 0.1. So zero point 0.1 duration or the time you just want to shake, and also you can replace this intensity with some number, something like how much intensity you want of the camera shake, something like 4 3 2 1. It's totally up to you, you can replace this. So that's why we just put these arguments, and later on we can just easily replace them, and we can with different number, and it makes our code lot more easy by just giving some arguments. And to shake, what we have to do for this duration, I'm gonna go right over here in top of our class, and I'm gonna make a something like a variable to keep track of when we started our camera shake. So I'm gonna make this one public. It doesn't need to be public, you can make it instead in private instead, and that will be float. I'm gonna call this something like start time, and I'm gonna set not gonna set any default value. Let's close that off with semicolon. So this is start time by default just gonna be 0, because we haven't assigned with a number, so that's why. And I'm gonna go right over here, so I'm gonna set this start time equal to something like this duration. And let's suppose as a duration we pass point 0.1 or point 0.2. So this start time just gonna be point 0.2 or point 0.1. Basically we just created this variable to keep track of where we started the shaking, and after this duration we need to set back our camera to set back camera shake to 0. Basically we need to just stop shaking our camera. And what we have to do right now, so we have a reference of this vcam, so we're gonna go to this vcam. So let's go to this vcam, then we just gonna use dot get Cinemachine component. Make sure you don't use that get component, instead we need to use this get Cinemachine component, because this is a Cinemachine virtual camera, and the component we're looking for is a basic multi-channel purlin, Cinemachine basic multi-channel purlin, and make this curly bracket, sorry, first bracket. So basically what we're doing, we just moving over to this Cinemachine virtual camera, and then we just getting this basic multi-channel purlin. Now we have a reference of this. Now we can set this amplitude gain to our intensity. So let's go to script one more time, and over here we're gonna set Cinemachine basic multi-channel purlin, and we can call this one something like purlin equal to this. So basically we just getting that Cinemachine basic multi-channel purlin, and we're taking that and we're storing into this purlin component, or into this Cinemachine basic multi-channel purlin to another container, you can say, or this purlin. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to this purlin. So let's go to this purlin dot, we're gonna access the amplitude gain. So amplitude gain basically, so and we're gonna set equal to intensity, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So what we're doing right over here, so firstly we just going over to this basic, we just taking this basic multi-channel, and we storing this basic multi-channel purlin into this purlin basic multi-channel, as you can see Cinemachine basic multi-channel purlin. And then we going over to this basic multi-channel purlin, and then accessing this amplitude gain, as you can see purlin dot amplitude gain, and we setting equal to intensity. And intensity we can choose any number we like, we can say or choose something like 2. Once we call this shake function, we can set to 2. It's totally up to you how much intensity you want. And now make sure you just close that up with semicolon, and control is to save your code. Now let's go back to Unity, And what we have to do right now, we need to call that shake function. And if we call the shake function, and so this shake function gonna shake, just gonna shake our camera. So let's go to script now, sorry, Unity, and let's open up this anime script, and let's double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. So where we taking damage source, right over here, as you can see, we just taking our damage. So I'm gonna call the function right over here. To call, we're gonna use this find object of type. You can use coroutine, singleton pattern, to basically to make it even more simpler, but I'm not gonna do that over here. You can just do that if you want. Instead, I'm gonna use this find object of type, and into arrows we have to type the object. So in our case, this camera shake. So let's go to that camera shake, camera shake, camera shake, and make this first packet. And dot, we created their shake function, so let's access that or call that. And duration, you can choose as you can see, float duration. So I'm gonna choose something like 0.12 f, or a little number. And the intensity, I'm gonna choose something like 2f, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So basically what we're doing right over here, we just moving over to this camera shake, basically just moving over to this camera shake, and then we just calling this shake function, and the shake function just doing this thing, as you can see. So if we go to anime script, so make sure you just control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see that once the enemy game object takes damage, the camera just gonna shake right away with 2f intensity, but you can choose any number you like. So now if we click on this play button, we should able to see the camera shake, the camera will shake once the enemy just take damage. So just wait for to compile. So if I now, as you can see, camera is shaking, but the problem is that camera is shaking all the time, because if we select this virtual camera, a virtual camera, then go over to Cinemachine virtual camera, then basics, then as you can see, amplitude gain, we just setting this one forever to 2. So basically what we have to do, we need to set back this amplitude gain one more time to 0. And if we set this to 0, as you can see, the camera just stop shaking. So we need to set this one to 0. So to do so, let's go to virtual camera and open up the camera shake script, and we will move to this update function. And over here we're gonna check, over here we will check if start time if it's greater than 0f. So we're gonna do something right over here. So what we checking, we do know that once we start our shaking our camera, we do know that we setting this start time equal to duration, something 0.12 we have selected for this duration once we taking damage. So that's why this start time right over here gonna be 0.12. So and we do know that this start time is now 0.12, and 0.2 is definitely greater than 0. So we checking over here. So if the start time is greater than 0, and we definitely know once we started our shaking camera, so this start time definitely gonna be greater than 0, because this start time gonna be 0.12. So in that situation, what we're gonna do, we're gonna subtract from this start time. So we will subtract from this start time minus equal time dot delta time, basically change in frame rate. So we just subtracting from this start time with this delta time. So somehow this start time right over here gonna hit 0. So if it's hit 0, so we're gonna check if start time if it's lesser than or equal to 0f. So make some curly brackets. So we do know, so if the start time is greater than 0, means we just started shaking our camera. So what we're doing, we just subtracting every single time from this start time with time dot delta time. So somehow this start time right over here gonna hit 0, and if it hits 0 or becomes 0, what we will do, we will set this Cinemachine virtual camera, this amplitude gain one more time to 0. And we do know once we set this one to 0, it will stop shaking our camera. So that's that's why we're just gonna copy this line of code by Control C, and let's paste it over here by Control V. So let me explain what we're doing right over here. So we just going over to Cinemachine basic multi-channel plugin. Basically this Cinemachine basic multi-channel plugin right over here, and we're taking this and storing into this plugin, and then we're just going accessing this plugin and amplitude gain, and we're gonna set this one to 0f. So basically just moving over to this basic multi-channel plugin, and then we just accessing this amplitude gain, and we're setting this amplitude gain to 0, as you can see right over here. And we do know once we set this one to 0, the camera will stop shaking. So we hope now that camera will stop getting shaking. So let's have a look. So make sure you just press down Control S, and let's go to Unity one more time. And once let's suppose the camera just shake for the next time. So the next time start time over here 1 second is gonna be 0.12. So that's why it's gonna go right over here and check. So 0.2 still is gonna be is greater than 0. So this line of code just gonna loop over again and again once we calling this check function. So let's go to Unity one more time, and let's have a look. So if I just click on this play button, the camera will stop shaking once we just take damage. So just wait for to compile, and once we take damage, as you can see, camera get is stop shaking after 0.12 second, because that is the duration. And as you can see the camera, and now the enemy game object just get destroyed. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I'm gonna choose a bigger number. So let's go to script, and I'm gonna move over to this enemy script. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna set this intensity a little bit up, because I'm just gonna want to shake our camera a little bit with more intensity. So I'm gonna copy this line of code by Control C, and let's paste it over here where we tying something right over here. I'm gonna paste it by Control V, and we're gonna do the same thing. So we're gonna call this shake function as well in our player game object where player is taking damage. So if the player is taking damage, we need to shake our camera. So we're gonna do the same thing. So make sure you just copy it and Control S to save your enemy script. Now let's move over to player script. So over here we taking damage, so let's paste it over here. So basically we're just calling that shake function, as you can see, with this much of intensity which is shaking, and we're just gonna paste over here as well where we tying, where the player game object is tying. We're gonna call the shake function right there as well. So make sure you just paste down Control S to save your code. And now let's go to Unity. So where we dying or taking damage, the camera just gonna shake right away. So just have a look on it. So if I now just click on this play button in the top, and let's have a look. Once we take damage, or this enemy just take damage, the camera just gonna shake right away with 0.12 duration. And as you can see, indeed camera is shaking, and if the player game objects take damage, the camera also shaking. And I hope you get the idea how you can just shake your camera once the enemy just attacking us on our player game object. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I have created multiple enemies. So if I go to project tab, then assets, then prefab, I have enemy 2 right over here, and enemy 3. You can do you can do the same thing as we have done with our this first enemy. We just created an empty game object, then adding those hand, left, right hand, left hand, body parts, all of them. And also we attach this enemy script. Basically just do the thing as we have done for this our first enemy game object, and later we're gonna take a look how we can spawn a random enemy and just gonna attack on our player game object. I hope you get the idea of this. As we can see, we have multiple enemies. So what we will do, we will make a script, something like is enemy spawner, and we will choose a random one, and we're just gonna spawn right away. So we will create some point right over here, and from those point we're gonna spawn this enemy. So for now we're gonna delete from the scene view or a hierarchy. So let's select all of them, all of this enemy, by holding down shift, and let's delete it. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna make some points, some spawn points, and from those points, every after some amount of time, we just want to spawn those enemy. We will choose a random one and then we're gonna spawn. So let's do that. So let's go to hierarchy, right click, then create an empty game object, and then we can call this something like a spawn sorry, let's call this one points spawn points. And let's go to transform, right click and reset the transform. And if you want, you can select an icon. So let's click on this box and I'm gonna choose this one. And now we're gonna choose basically gonna create some spawn points. So let's right click on spawn point game object and create an empty child game object. And I'm gonna move this one somewhere around here in the top left corner, and you can select an icon for that. So let's click right over here. I'm gonna choose this one. And now let's duplicate this one. To duplicate, so let's select that, control D to duplicate, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here. Let's duplicate one more time and let's move it somewhere around here. Let's duplicate, control D to duplicate. Okay, control D to duplicate, and you can move it anywhere. So I have 4 points, so we will choose a random point, and from that point we want to spawn the enemy. Firstly, we're gonna choose a random enemy. So let's create a script for that to spawn our enemy. So to do so, let's go to project tab, then assets, right click on assets, create C# script and name it to something like spawner, enemy spawner. I already have it right over here, enemy spawner. And let's create an empty game object. So let's go to hierarchy. You can attach this script to any game object of your hierarchy, it's totally up to you. I'm gonna create another game object for this script to make it a little more clean. To do so, let's go to hierarchy, right click, create an empty child game object, sorry, not child game object, empty game object. And we're gonna call this as the script name, which is enemy spawner. And let's go to transform, right click and reset the transform. And let's select that script and drag it to add component section, that enemy spawner. So now let's double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. So it's gonna open right away, and we will choose a random enemy, and then we're gonna choose a random point, and from that point we want to spawn a random enemy. So basically we need a reference of all of those enemy game objects, the first, second and the third one. So just wait for to compile. Our script just gonna take a few moments to load up that we need. And after that we have to go back in Unity to just basically we just gonna create array in right over here. So as you can see, we have by default start and update function. So what we want to do, we're gonna go to top of our class, and over here we're gonna make a public game object array. Why? If we go to Unity, then project tab, then assets and prefabs. So we have enemy 1, as you can see right over here, and enemy 2 and enemy 3. So all of these enemy are game objects. So we need a reference of all of this and more than one. So that's why we're gonna make an array. So to do so, let's go to script and let's make this one public. So make sure you just making it public so we can see the field right underneath our this enemy spawner script, and we can just drag one by one. And that will be game object because those enemy is a whole game object. So game object, and to make an array we need to make this square brackets, and we have to name the array. So we can call something like enemies, we can call this one enemies, and make sure close that up with semicolon. So let me explain what is array. So array basically holds up multiple values. It can be name, it can be numbers, even it can be game objects, anything like that. So more than one, this game object or this container gonna hold multiple game objects. So we created game object, you can type right over here int. So it will be int array, so it can hold up multiple numbers. So in our case we need all of those three game objects. So that's why we made an array game object array basically. And we also need a reference of all of this point and this point, this point and this point, basically this 4 point we need reference. So that's why we also gonna make a public transform array. So let's make a public transform and make this square brackets. Transform basically means we know position, it's responsible for position, and we can call this one something like spawn positions, and close that up with semicolon. Why we made this one array or this square brackets? Because we have more than one position, so that's why we need to make an array. Array basically holds multiple values. It can be name, numbers, positions, even game object, whatever you can expect. And now Control S to save your code, and let's go to Unity because we need to drag all of those game objects, this enemy, one by one to that array. So we're gonna have and also this point. So just wait for to compile, and when it's done we need to do that. So just wait for a few moments, and once it's done we're gonna do that thing. So now as you can see underneath our enemy script, enemy spawner script, we can see enemies and list says empty. So what we can do, we can take this first enemy and drag right there, and then take the second one, drag right there, one by one. So instead of doing like this, what we're gonna do, I'm gonna subtract. So let's click on this minus. To make it even easier, we're gonna just right click on this enemy spawner script and click on properties in the bottom. Or what else you can do, if I just cut this in the right section, you can see three dots. So just click on that and click on properties, and over here what we can do, so I'm gonna make this one a little bit small, something like this. We're gonna select all of this game object by holding down shift, or you can just take one by one and drag it into this enemies array. So I'm going to select all of them by holding down shift, and let's just drag it there. Now we have enemy 0. Enemy 0, basically the index 0 is the first enemy, as you can see, and index of 1 is the second enemy, and index of 2 is the third enemy. Now what we have to do, we also need these points to drag in this spawn position array. To do so, we're going to click on this spawn points. So let's select that and click right over here in this arrow, and let's select all of this point by holding down shift, or you can just select one by one and drag it into this spawn position array. But I'm gonna select all of them by holding down shift, and let's drag it right there. As you can see, so 0 is the first point, index of 0 is the first one, basically this point, and index of 1 is the this point right over here, and index of 2 is this point, and index of 3 is the fourth point. So now as we can see, we have all of this enemy and all of this position. Now we are ready to just spawn our enemy game object right away. So we will choose a random enemy and a random position, and from that position we're gonna spawn a random enemy. So let's cut this tab and let's open up our enemy spawner script. So I'm gonna select that game object, and let's double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. So for that, I'm gonna create a function in the bottom for spawn. It doesn't need to be public, so because we don't want to call this function from another class or script, so that's why we can just make this one private instead, private, or you can leave it like this. You can just for function we have to type. So if you don't assign with public or private, and this just gonna assign by default as a private function. And the name the function, we have to name it. So let's call it something like spawn enemy, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. And we know, do not to spawn anything like that, we have to use this instantiate function. And we do not instantiate function, as the first argument will take the game object we want to spawn, and the second thing, it will take the position from where we want to spawn, and the third thing, it will take the rotation. So what we will do, we will we have a array of these enemies, so we have to type the array name, which is enemies, and make these square brackets. So if we pass right over here, so 0, so 0 basically means the first enemy. And if we pass 1, 1 we know the index of 1. If we go to Unity and go to project tab, then prefabs, so this is the first enemy, so this one index will be 0. And if we go to enemy spawner, as you can see, index 0 is the first enemy, index 1 is the second enemy, and index of 2 is the third enemy. So if we pass right over here something like 0, so the first enemy just gonna spawn right away. And comma, second thing, we can specify the point where we want to spawn, but later on we're gonna choose a random enemy. For now, for explanation, I'm just giving a certain number or index. Later on we're gonna replace this with something else to just pick up a random enemy. And the second thing, we have to specify the point. So we have to type the array name first, which is spawn position, and make sure make this square brackets. And over here we can specify, so if we pass 0, 0, we do know basically this point, index of 0, basically this point, or as you can see right over here, game object means this point. So 0, index of 0 this point, and index of basically 1 is this point, and index of 3 is this point, and index of 4 is the fourth point. So let's suppose I want to spawn from this first point, so that's why I'm gonna pass 0 in between these square brackets. And make sure you just type dot position, because this is a spawn position. Spawn position, basically those are positions, so that's why dot position. And this third argument, it's gonna take the rotation, so we don't want any rotation like that. So we can type right over here something like quaternion dot identity. It basically means no rotation, sorry, no rotation identity. And make sure close that up with semicolon. So this function just gonna spawn the first enemy at first position. As you can see, we specified with no rotation, so we also need to call this spawn enemy function. So for testing purposes, I'm gonna go over to start function, and we do know that start function get called when the game start. So in the start of the game, I want to spawn the enemy right away, and this function get called just one time. So let's call this spawn enemy a function right over here, and make first bracket and close that up with semicolon. And this spawn enemy function just gonna do this thing. So make sure Control S to save your code. Now let's go to Unity and click on this play button in the top. You're gonna able to see the enemy, the first enemy just gonna spawn from over here. So just wait for to compile, and when it's done, click on this play button in the top. So it's now done with compiling. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top and have a look. So the enemy just should spawn from this point, because and the enemy should be the first enemy. As you can see, indeed this enemy gets spawned from this point. And if we just get closer, and we getting some error, and the enemy just not chasing us. Basically the problem is that if we go to console in the bottom, as you can see, variable player of enemy has not been assigned. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and if we just go to project tab, then assets prefab, and open up this first enemy by double clicking on it. As you can see in the inspector in the top right, we can see player, and it says non-transform. Basically we don't have player position as well as the explosion effect. So that's why we just getting that error. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna take the player from right over here, from that prefab folder. We're gonna take that and drag it right in this player transform, and explosion prefab. So we're gonna choose this explosion and drag it into this explosion prefab slot. So now we have the reference, now we have player position as well as the explosion prefab or the explosion effect. And let's do the same thing for this enemy 2 and enemy 3 as well. So let's double click this enemy 2, and as you can see, player says non transform. So I'm gonna drag the player right there, and this explosion right there. And let's do the same thing for this third enemy. So let's double click that to open it up. Let's drag the player right there, and this explosion right over here. Now we have the reference. Now we can go back, and if we click on this play button in the top, the error will be gone by now, and enemy just gonna chase our player game object once we inside of attack range of that enemy. As you can see, it's get spawn, the first enemy get spawn at first position. So if we go to just chase, as you can see, indeed enemy just chasing us and shooting on our player game object. So I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So instead of just uh, spawning the first enemy, we just wanna take a random enemy. We can just take the second enemy or the third enemy, and we will spawn from specifically from this point. We don't want to specifically just to spawn from this point. We just want to select a random point, and from that random point we're gonna choose a random enemy to spawn. To do so, let's go to script now, and over here, so before we spawn, we're gonna create a we're gonna use random dot range function. Basically, random dot range function just gonna pick up a random number, and that by that we just gonna pick up a random enemy and random position. And we, for random, we have to use this random dot range, a random dot range, and it's gonna take the minimum inclusive and the maximum inclusive. So we can start from 0 index, and we can go up with let's suppose with enemy. So we're gonna pass enemies dot length, and make sure to close that out with semicolon. So that this random dot range function right over here gonna pick up a random number between this 0 and enemies dot length. Basically, enemies dot length right over here, how many enemies we have 3 enemies. So that's why this enemies dot length right over here gonna be 3. So this random dot range function right over here gonna pick up a random number between 0 and 3, but it will not include 3, but it will definitely include this 0 and 1 and 2, but it will not include 3. So this random dot range function right over here gonna pick up a random number between 0 and 3. So it can be 0, 1 and 2, but it definitely not gonna pick up 3. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna store whatever this random dot range function picks up. We're gonna store that into a int variable. So let's create a int, and we can call this something like random enemy, and random enemy, let's set equal to this. So this random enemy right over here gonna be 0, 1 and 2. So it can be random because whatever we getting random dot range function picks up, we storing into this random enemy. So this random enemy, let's suppose this random dot range function right over here picks up 1, and we do know index 1 is the second enemy. So this one becomes 1. So that's why this random enemy right over here gonna be 1. So over here, instead of certainly or passing 0, basically the first one we're gonna pass right over here random enemy, and we do know this random enemy can be 0, 1 and 2. Let's suppose this one became 1, so the second enemy just gonna spawn, but we do know that this random enemy gonna be a random number. It can be 0, 1 and 2, and if it becomes 2, that then third enemy just gonna spawn right away. So we're gonna do the same thing for this spawn position dot length. So let's create another random dot range, and sorry, random dot range, and we can pass as 0, and over here we can now pass spawn position dot length, means how many points we have. So we do know we have 4 points, so that's why this right over here gonna be 4, and we do know this random dot range function is gonna pick up between 0 and 4. So it definitely not gonna include 4, it will include 3. So this random dot range function gonna be 0, 1, 2 and 3. So it can be random. So we will store the result into another int variable. So let's create a int, and we can call this random position. Let's call it random position set equal to this. So this random position can be 0, 1, 2 and 3. So let's suppose this random position this random dot range over here picks up 3. So this right over here gonna be 3, and we do know 3 is the fourth point. So that so we're gonna replace this 0 with, we don't want to spawn from the first point, we just want to spawn from random point. So that's why right over here gonna we pass we're gonna pass random position, and this random position is gonna be random number. Let's suppose this one becomes 3, so we do know that 3 is the fourth point. So the random enemy just gonna spawn with fourth point. But it can be totally gonna depend what this random dot range function right over here picks up. It's totally gonna depend. So make sure you just control S to save your code. And now let's go to Unity. So we should able to see that from a random position a random enemy just gonna spawn right away when the game start. So just wait for to compile and let's have a look. So if we click on this play button in the top, and we should able to see a random enemy just gonna spawn from a random point. So just have a look. As you can see, the enemy just get spawned from right over here, and if we just get close or in attack range, as you can see this enemy indeed just attacking on our player game object. So I hope you are able to see that, and it can attack us, I don't know, but it's gonna attack. So if I now just get out of play mode and click on this play button, we should able to see now a random enemy not gonna spawn from this point, but it's gonna spawn from a random point, and it can be a random. So as you can see a random, the basically the first enemy just get spawned from this position, as you can see. And if we get out of play mode one more time and click on this play button one more time, and let's have a look. Now we're gonna see a random enemy from a random position just gonna spawn. Basically we just checking if it's working or not. So it's just spawning from the first point. So let's click on this play button one more time. We should able to see it's gonna choose a random number. I don't think it should spawn from right over here. It's gonna spawn from random. As you can see, indeed the enemy just get spawned from right over here with fourth point, and basically with random position a random enemy. So I guess this is the third enemy. I hope you get the idea of this. So instead of spawning that game object or those enemy game object, random enemy game object right away when the game start, we want to spawn every after 2 seconds, something like that. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and now let's go to script to do so. To do that, so we will move to this update function, and we do know that update function runs every single frame. So we will go to top of our class, and we're gonna make two variable to keep track of when we need to spawn. As we have done for our shooting, we're gonna do the same thing. So let's create a so what we can do, we can basically go over to this player script, sorry, not player, this enemy, and we created this. So let's copy this, control C, or let me explain one more time so it would be nice. So I'm going to create a two variable. So one will be public float, basically to keep track of, sorry, to keep track of when we need to shoot. And we can call this something like start time, and by default I'm gonna set it to 1, something like 2f. So every after 2 seconds I want to spawn, but we can adjust this number through inspector. And the second parameter doesn't need to be public, I'm gonna make it private instead, and that will be float as well. I'm gonna call this one time between spawn, and let's close that up with semicolon. And I'm gonna move over to this start function, and we do know that a start function get called when the game start. So in this start of the game, I'm gonna set this time between spawn to start time. So in this start of the game, this time between shoot right, or sorry, time between spawn right over here gonna be 2 right away. Why? Because start time right over here we can we can see this is 2, so that's why this right over here gonna be 2. That's why this time between spawn right over here will be 2, because we directly setting it, or we storing the start time into this time between spawn. Now we're gonna move over to this update function, and over here we will check if time between spawn, sorry, time between spawn, if it's lesser than or equal to 0f. So what we will do, we will call this spawn enemy function. So let's call this, so let's just copy and let's paste it over here, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So when the time between spawn becomes lesser than or equal to 0, then we calling this spawn enemy function. I'm going to remove this spawn enemy function from this start function now. And we do know that in the start of the game, this time between spawn not gonna be 0 or lesser than 0, because it's gonna be start time. So this time between spawn are gonna be something like 2. So in that situation, we need to subtract from this time between spawn with some certain unit every single time until this time between spawn hits 0. And if it hits 0, well, then we're gonna set back this time between spawn to start time one more time. So else the time between shoot is not or lesser than or equal to 0. So in that situation, we're gonna subtract from this time between spawn minus equal time dot delta time, basically change in frame rate, we're just subtracting. So somehow this time between spawn right over here gonna hit 0. So if it hits 0, as you can see, we calling the spawn enemy function, and in spawn enemy function just gonna take a random enemy and it will spawn from a random position. So after hitting this time between spawn 0 or less than 0, I'm gonna set back this time between spawn one more time to start time. And let's close that up with semicolon. So this line of code right over here gonna be looped forever. So once the time between spawn hit 0, it's gonna call this spawn enemy function, and then we setting again time between spawn to start time. So this condition will not run. So this condition over here gonna be run, because time between shoot is not lesser than or equal to 0, it's basically 2. So that's why we just subtracting from this time between spawn every single time with some unit, this unit. So until and unless this one hits 0, and once it hits 0, then again we calling this spawn enemy function, then again we setting back time between spawn to start time. So this line of code gonna just loop forever every after 2 seconds, I guess, but we can choose this start time any number we like. So control S to save our code, basically to save code. And now let's go to Unity and let's have a look. So every after 2 seconds, that enemy just gonna spawn from a random point. A random enemy will spawn from a random point. So just wait for to compile, and if we select this enemy spawner and start time, as you can see, you can choose any number you like. I'm gonna go with 2, or I'm gonna leave with 2. So let's click on this play button in the top. So every after 2 seconds, a random enemy just gonna spawn from a random position. So let's just have a look on it. So we should able to see, as you can see, the second enemy just get spawned from here and here every after 2 seconds. As you can see, enemy just getting spawned, and we just can just, as you can see, the game just gonna be, I don't know where this just following, we just getting some error. So we can just destroy and we died. So random enemy just getting spawned from a random point, and it's just spawning. So we need to stop doing that. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So I hope you get the idea that how we can spawn a random enemy from a random position with certain amount of time certain amount of time, every after some certain amount, you can say, or every after sometimes, I don't know how to actually say that or to tell you guys, but every after second we just spawning. It's gonna totally depend on you how much time you want to spawn, or in between that time you just want to spawn a random enemy from a random position. So if I click on this play button and have a look, so once we die, this player game object dies, we still spawning our enemy game object. We need to stop doing that. Once the player game object dies totally, we need to stop doing that. So just wait, and if I just play around and just take damage so from this enemy, so So over here, sorry, if I just get close, enemy just gonna shoot something like this enemy. So we just, as you can see, player game object get dies, but we still spawning. As you can see, if you take a closer look, we're spawning from here and from this point, as you can see. I hope you get the idea. So we need to stop doing these things. Once the player game objects totally dies, we need to stop doing that thing. So we're gonna get out of play mode. To do so, what we will do, so just wait, and to do so, let's create a script, something like game manager. That script just gonna check if the game is really alive or not. If the player game object is not alive, means it's totally get destroyed. So at that moment we have to stop spawning our enemy game object. To do so, let's go to project tab, assets, then script. So let's right click on the scripts, read, create C# script, name it to something like game manager. I already have created right over here. I have, and you can attach this script to any game object of your hierarchy, or you can create a separate game object. For me, I'm gonna create a separate game object. To do so, let's go to hierarchy, right click, create an empty game object. I'm gonna call this one game manager, and let's go to transform, right click and reset the transform, and I'm going to select an icon for this, and let's select this script and drag it to add component section, and now double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. As you can see, by default we have start and update function, so we don't need this, so we will remove. Instead we will make a bool parameter which can be true or false, and that bool parameter just gonna keep track of player is alive or not. So let's make a public. We're making public because we want to access this parameter or this variable through another class, and that is a bool, and we can call this one something is game active, and by default we can set it to true. Set it to true. Why? Because in the start of the game, the game should be active, basically means the player will be alive. And make sure control s to save your code. And now let's move to Unity, and we will open up our player script, basically where we time, and in there what we will do, we will access that parameter which is game active, and we will set that one to be false, because player just gonna die right away. So if I select this player game object, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it, and let's go to die function. So as you can see over here, we're just destroying our player game object. So before we destroy, before we do all of these things, what we will do, we will firstly go over to this game manager script, and over there we created that is game active parameter, and we will access that. To do so, we're gonna use this find object of type, and into arrows we have to pass the script name. So the script in our case is game manager. So let's go there and make this first bracket, and in there we created that is game active parameter. So let's access that dot is game active, and we will set that one parameter to false, and close that up with semicolon. So basically what we're doing right over here, we're just going over to that script which is game manager, and then accessing that parameter which is game active, and well, and then we're setting that to false. As you can see, basically we just moving over to this game manager script, and then accessing this is game active parameter, and we just setting this one to false. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your code. As well, you just go to game manager, Ctrl S to save your code, and now let's go to Unity. So we should able to see in underneath our game manager script, a is game active parameter just gonna appear, and by default that's just gonna be active, basically means check. But once the player game object totally dies, basically takes 3 damage, it's gonna uncheck. So if I select this game manager script, as you can see is game active is checked, basically true. Now if I just click on this play button, and this player game objects dies after losing health, then this is game active parameter just gonna be false right away, basically unchecked. So let's have a look. So so let so over here we have, and let's see this, and 1 2 3. As you can see, indeed this is game active parameter just get false, but we is still spawning, so we're gonna use this parameter to stop doing these things. So let's get out of play mode, and where we spawning, so we're gonna open up the enemy spawner script. Basically where we spawning, we need to stop doing that thing. So over here, so let's select this enemy spawner game object. Let's open up this enemy spawner script where we just spawning our enemy. So let's double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. As you can see, so over here we just calling this spawn enemy function, and the spawn enemy function just spawning our enemy. So before we do all of these things, we need to check if the game is really active or not. So we're gonna move over to that game manager script. We do know once we die, once the player game object get destroyed, we setting that is game active parameter to false. So that's why we're gonna check right over here. So if the player game object totally get destroyed, so we need to stop doing this thing basically, or else basically if the game manager, or sorry, is game active parameter is false, basically means the player game object totally get destroyed. So at that moment we need to stop doing this thing. So before we do, we're gonna check right over here. So if so we will use this find object of type. If you just use this find object of type, you instead you can use singleton pattern. It makes our work lot more easy. But I'm gonna make a tutorial on that on a separate basis, or on a separate tutorial, or on a separate video I'm gonna make in future. For now we're gonna use this. So find object of type game manager and make this first bracket, and we're gonna access this is game active parameter, and we will check this one if it's equals to false. If that is the case, so make some curly bracket. So we need to stop doing this thing. So that's why we're gonna type right over here return. Basically we do know that after return, whatever line of code you write, it will not be execute. So this spawn enemy function just gonna stop calling. So if this one get stopped, so we do know the enemy spawn just gonna stop right away once the player game object dies. So basically we just stop whatever line of code we writing after return, it's not gonna execute or it's not gonna call. So this line of code just gonna stop right away once the once this is game active parameter becomes false, means the player game object get destroyed totally from this in view or hierarchy. So control S to save your code, and now let's move to Unity. So once the player game object totally get dies, so basically after that the enemy spawner script just gonna stop spawning enemy game object from those point. Have a look. So let's click on this play button in the top, and let's see what's happening. We should able to see that enemy just gonna spawn or enemy will stop spawning from those point. So let's have a look. So if we now get closer, as you can see, enemy is chasing, and once we take, as you can see, player game object dies, and we can see that enemy not spawning at all after player is died, as you can see. So that script just stops spawning enemy, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. And after that, what we want to do, if we just die, we just want to reload our game scene or this level. Before we do that, let's talk about a little bit lighting right now. So let's get out of play mode. To talk about lighting or to use lighting, what we have to do, we need to install our universal renderer pipeline, basically universal RP. To do so, you need to go to window in the top, then you scroll down to says package manager. So just click on that, and over here select my assets to Unity registry. Make sure you are in Unity registry, and it's gonna load up, and we need to install our universal renderer pipeline or universal RP. So just wait for to compile. So if I just scroll down in the bottom, you can see, so we have it in the bottom. So we have Unity denoising, Unity distribution portal. We have all of them over here. You can see universal RP or universal renderer pipeline. So install that, select that. In the top right you gonna see install button, so just click on that and it's gonna install. I already have installed it, so I'm gonna cut this tab. And now to use that, let's go to project tab, then assets, right click on assets, then create, and scroll to the bottom side, says renderer pipeline. So basically just find that. You're gonna see somewhere around here, rendering. Basically find a rendering section. I can see it right over here. You can find anywhere in here. You just have to find that. So we're gonna go over to this rendering and we will create this URP asset with 2D renderer. So just click on that and it's gonna create two assets right over here right away. As you can see, this is pipeline asset and this one new universal renderer asset. So this gonna work for 3D and this is a 2D game, so that's why we're gonna remove this or delete that, and instead we're gonna create a 2D asset. To do so, firstly I'm gonna rename this one something like URP. So let's right click on this, rename, and I'm gonna call this RP or URP. It's totally up to you what you want to call. And if you select that and go over to inspector, you can see and missing script, as you can see. So this is a 2D game, so that's why we're gonna create a 2D asset renderer to URP renderer. To do so, go to assets one more time, right click, then create, go over to rendering, and over there you can see URP 2D renderer. So just select that and we gonna call this one 2D RP renderer pipeline or something like that. And now let's select this RP and let's select this 2D URP or this 2D URP basically, and drag this right over here into that field. As you can see, we just drag it. And now what we have to do, we need to go over to edit. In the top left you can see edit, so just click on that and click on project settings. And what you have to do right over here, you're gonna be in player mode, I guess. So find right over here graphics, so I have it over here. So what we're gonna do, as you can see, it says non renderer pipeline asset. So we're gonna drag the pipeline asset right over here. So this is our renderer pipeline, so let's select that and drag it right there, and it's gonna says continue. So just click on this continue and it's gonna convert that. Now we are ready to just place our lighting. To do so, what we will do, we will select all of these sprites, this background, this player game object, all of this, and we will convert it to sprite default to sprite lit default. Why? A sprite lit basically means it's gonna react with lighting, or else it's gonna not gonna react with lighting. To do so, I'm gonna select this player game object. I'm gonna select that and I'm gonna select all of this by holding down shift, go over to inspector, then sprite renderer, and then go over to material. So just click on that and it will be sprite default. Sorry, yes, it will be sprite default. So what you have to do, you need to find right over here lit or sprite default lit, sorry, lit, and we cannot see. So basically just click on this eye icon right over here. Now we are able to see. So we're gonna convert this lit, sorry, not lit, instead we're gonna convert it to, sorry, this will be sprite lit, sprite mask, sprite lit default. Basically find right over there sprite lit default. As you can see, we are able to see sprite lit default. So just select that, and now as you can see, it turn it into black. Basically we don't have lighting right over here. To do so, we're gonna create a light. Let's go to hierarchy, right click, then go to light, and over here in the bottom you can see global light 2D or spotlight 2D. So I'm gonna select this is spotlight 2D. So just click on that, and if I just drag it over here, and if I just increase the intensity, sorry, this is not a, basically we're gonna create a global light instead. So let's right click, then go to light. In the bottom you can see global light 2D, so just select that. And if we increase, also we are not doing at all. So if I select this player game object one more time, so select holding down shift, sorry, so we're gonna find right over here sprites lid default, sorry, lit default. As you can see, we just forgot to assign it with another material, so we need to assign with sprite lit default. So just find right over here, select all of these sprite, basically this backpack, this hand, this head, select all of them by holding down shift, or select any one by one, go over to sprite renderer and just go to material, click on that and find right over here by typing sprite lead default. Sprite lead default just gonna be react with lighting, so that is the thing basically. So now I just convert it, and if I just delete this lighting and this global light, I guess sprite lead default, sorry, I'm gonna select all of them by one more time. We have sprite unlit, sprite lit, and now we are ready to create our lighting. To do so, let's go to hierarchy one more time, right click, then go to if light, scroll down global light, and I'm gonna decrease the intensity. As you can see, if I just decrease the intensity of this lighting, so right over here I'm gonna take this one. So if I select this light and go over to inspector, then light, if I decrease the intensity, as you can see, we are not able to see, as you can see. But if I increase the intensity, the light just adds up more intensely. So I'm gonna just go with something like 0.5, and we can select all of this background, and we need to convert them into sprite lead default. Sprite lead default material just gonna react with lighting basically. So what we have to do, we're gonna select this whole environment, this background, these stubs and bars. Let's select all of them, go over to tilemap renderer for this, and go over to material, and it says sprite default, so just click on that, and we're gonna find right over here sprite lead default, which just gonna react with lighting. As you can see, indeed it does. And we can select this global light. I'm gonna call this something like global global light, global light. And what I'm going to do, you can just drag it, or you can leave it like over here, and you can play around with this intensity. So I'm going to make it something diminish, something like this, so something 0.5 or zero point 0.1, I guess seems pretty cool. So I'm gonna do something like 0.25, 0.25. And let's go to player this player game object. Let's right click on this player game object, then go to light, and scroll to the bottom, says spotlight 2D, so just select that. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna increase this light. To do so, you can just do this thing, and you can choose a color of this light. To do so, just go over to inspector, then light, and you can choose any color you like. So I'm gonna choose something like red, sorry, red, I guess it seems pretty kind of good. And you can just play around with this intensity. So I'm gonna do it something something 2, I guess it's pretty fine now. And you can just play around with this, it's totally up to you. And make sure you just go to this player game object, basically the parent game object, then go over to inspector overrides and click on apply all. So the changes you made just gonna be saved into that prefab of this player game object as well. And the problem is that if we just click on this play button in the top, we're gonna able to see that our enemy game object not gonna react with lighting. Why? Because we haven't selected lit default material right into our enemy game object, so we also need to do those things. So that's why. So as you can see, the player game object, sorry, enemy game objects not reacting with lighting, as you can see. So we get a problem right there. So what we will do, so let's get out of play mode. Now let's go to project tab, then prefabs, and let's open up enemies one by one. So I'm gonna select the first one, let's double click that to open it up. and let's select all of this body part, this head, sorry, not this head, this body, this left hand, right hand, this weapon. Let's select all of them by holding down shift, and don't select this shoot point. So basically this shoot point doesn't have any sprite renderer, so that's why, as well as this main parent game object. But this left hand, right hand and the head do have sprite renderer. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to inspector now, then sprite renderer and material sprite default. Let's choose sprites, sprites default, and we are done. So let's open up the second enemy. So just click right there, let's double click that, open up the second enemy. Let's select all of them by holding down shift. Let's go over to this enemy, I guess. Okay, so let's select all of them, this head, this right hand, left hand. Let's go to inspector, let's convert this material to sprite default. So let's find right there sprite default, sorry, sprite lit default, sprite lit default. Make sure you just do that. Basically lit default will react with lighting, so that's why. So let's click right over here to go back, and let's open up the third enemy by double clicking on it. And we will select all of this thing, and let's select this sprite default, and now we are done. So we also have to do with those you can say those explosion and those prefab of the basically bullets. We also need to do with those. To do so, let's open up the bullets. So we have player prefab and player bullet right over here. So I'm gonna open that up by double clicking on it, and I'm gonna select this player bullet, and let's go over to sprite renderer. Let's select sprite default, sprite lit default. Make sure sprite lit default, so now it's gonna react with lighting. So let's click right over here, and I'm gonna find the enemy bullet now. So let's find it somewhere over here we have. So let's double click that to open it up in visual, sorry, not open it up in basically prefab mode. So let's select this sprite lit default, sprite lit default, and now we are done. So let's click right over here to go back. So I'm just wanna make the game a little bit juicy, or to make it even more cooler, I'm gonna select this player bullet and also the enemy bullet. Let's firstly select the player bullet. I'm gonna select that and drag it into the scene view. As you can see, it's not reacting with lighting, and the lighting is like diminished right there. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select this player bullet. Let's drag it in top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. So let's right click on this player bullet, and then go to light, and then go to light. In the bottom you can see spotlight 2D. So just click on that. So we're gonna add a spotlight, and what we will do, we will change the color. So let's select this light, let's go over to inspector, then light 2D, and we can choose for this one sim screen. So we're gonna choose a green, something like that, and we can just play around with this intensity. So I'm gonna make it something like this. Let's just play around with this radius and all these things. You can just play around to make it even cool. So I'm gonna do something like this, 2 I guess, and we can choose any color we like. So I'm gonna choose this one, and let's, for this intensity, we can just increase the radius, and I guess it seems pretty good now. So let's go to player bullet, basically the parent, go over to overrides, and let's click on apply all. So the this light game object just gonna attach right away to this player bullet prefab game object as well, basically to this game object. So let's override and apply all. Now we are done with player bullet, so I'm gonna delete it from this in view now, and let's select the enemy bullet. Now let's drag it into the scene view, and let's also do the same thing as we have done with our player bullet. So let's right click, then go to light and spotlight 2D in the bottom. So let's select that, and I'm gonna increase the radius, and I'm going to choose a different color. Before we do, I'm going to drag it somewhere around here. Let's select this light, and I'm going to choose this red because this is our red light, and I can just increase the intensity, and I'm going to make this, sorry, I'm going to increase the intensity something like this to make our game a little bit cool. So I'm gonna make it this one too. I guess this seems pretty great now. And once you're done, let's click on this enemy bullet and overrides and apply all. And we can just delete this enemy bullet now. And if we just click on this play button in the top, and let's have a look right now. So you can just play around with those lighting to make even more cooler. It's totally up to you how you want your game. It's totally gonna depend on you. You can just play around. So if I just click left mouse button, sorry, we are not moving, it says player died. So I'm gonna click on this play button one more time, and let's have a look. Because we added lighting to make our game a little bit juicy, so as you can see, the game seems pretty cool. And just wait to spawn enemy. As you can see, enemy gets spawned, and it just shooting on us player game object, so we can just shoot and we can play around. So we just forgot to do with our explosion. So what we will do, let's get out of play mode and let's go to project tab, so, then assets, then prefab, and let's open up this explosion effect by double clicking on it, and let's add a spawn light 2D. Not, we're not gonna do that. Before we do, we need to assign this sprite sprite renderer or this explosion material to sprite lead default. To do so, let's select, let's go over to inspector, sprite renderer, and let's choose over here sprite. Make sure you just do that because a sprite lit material are gonna react with lighting, and if you choose another something like that, it's not gonna react with lighting. So that's why. So we're gonna choose sprite lit default, and now let's click right over here to go back. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select the explosion effect from here, and let's drag it into the hierarchy or into the scene view. And the problem is that we cannot able to see because the background layer is front of this explosion layer. So to just drag this explosion layer in the front, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to sprite renderer, a sorting layer, and we will choose something like this bullet. So and we do know that bullet layer is all the way up, so that's why. And for this explosion, let's firstly add a point light. So let's right click on this explosion game object, then go to light and spotlight 2D right over here, and I'm gonna increase the intensity, and let's do something kind of red. So I'm gonna go to animation tab. Let's, so this should be this color. Okay, so now we're gonna choose a red color, something like that, and let's increase the intensity. So I'm gonna do something like this. I'm gonna increase the intensity, and it seems pretty fine. So 10, I guess, so it's cool. And go to explosion game object, the parent one, go over to overrides and click all, apply all, so the changes will be saved into this prefab of this game object as well. So I'm gonna delete this one from this in view now. And if we just click on this play button in the top and have a look what basically we just gonna do. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, we should hope that's gonna work fine. So let's enemy to explain. So over here we have, and if we take damage, as you can see, this explosion gets basically that get you can say a effect of lighting. And you can do with this player game object as well. You can drag this player game object as we have done with our player bullet and enemy bullet. You can do this thing with this player bullet, and you can just add a spotlight 2D to this enemy game objects to choose a different color. It's totally up to you. For this green color, you can just add a spotlight and you can choose a green color, and you can play around with those intensity and basically play around with those numbers, and you're gonna get hang of it. So basically adding light to our game makes our game a little more cool, and you can apply these principles to any game object you sorry any game you making. You can apply these things and it's gonna work out okay. We have a problem is that if we hit this play button, enemy is not chasing our player game object at all the time. Let me let's see that let's see that what's really happening. Enemy is not chasing our player game object. Let me show that to you. So just wait for to compile, and when it's done we're gonna able to see that. So we need to fix that bug. So let's have a look first. So if I just get around something, as you can see, enemy is not going in the direction player is going, or enemy is not chasing, as you can see. So we need to fix this issue. To fix that, so let's get out of play mode, and let's open up our script. So I'm gonna open up the enemy script where we chasing our player game object. So let's double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. So just wait, we need to open up our so over here, as you can see that sorry, we have player transform. We just drag it in the inspector, and we just want to keep track of the player position every single time. To do that, we need to go over to this update function, and we do know that update function runs every single frame. So that's why we're gonna move over there. So we need to keep track of our player position, so then we can just chase our player game object. So that's why we're just gonna move over to update function, and then we will move over to this call info. Basically means player is in attack range of enemy game object. So right over here, before we just get the player position or and store that player position into this player transform, basically player position, we need to check if the player is alive or not. Basically, let's suppose this player game object get destroyed. So this player game object not gonna be alive or not will be in the game. So in that situation, enemy should stop finding player position, because enemy is not anymore in the scene view or in the hierarchy, or you can say in the game. So that's why we need to stop doing that thing. So what we will do, before we just store the player position or get it, we're gonna check, we will check, and we will use this find object of type. So I already have it over here, so I'm gonna do this. So I'm gonna remove this two and this. So what we're doing, firstly we're checking if find object of type, which is player script, and we're checking if it's not equal to null. Basically means player is in the game or in the scene view or in the hierarchy. Basically we just going over to this player script, and we do know that player script attached to this player game object. So if we delete this player game object, the player script will just gonna delete with our player game object as well. And over here we checking, so basically we just moving over to player script, and we checking if that player script is not equal to null. Basically means player script is in the game view, or in the scene view or in the hierarchy. And we do know it will be, because the player script attached to this player game object. And once the player game object is destroyed, then player script just gonna destroy with it. So it's not then in that situation this right over here gonna be null. But we do know over here we checking if the player script is not equal to null, basically the player game object is not destroyed at all. Then what we're doing, we just going over to that player script, basically this player script, and by this player script we just getting the transform, basically means the position. And then what we're doing, we're storing that position of player into this player position, as you can see, player transform means player position. So I hope you get the idea of this. And now if we just press down Ctrl S to save our code and go back to Unity, we're gonna able to see that play enemy game object just gonna it is our player game object every single time, and it will be accurate correctly. It will be accurate. Basically, it's gonna chase our player game object. Basically, let's have a look first, and then we can just check that out. It's gonna take a few moments for compiling our script, and when it's done we're gonna check that. So it's done our compiling, and let's click on this play button in the top and let's have a look on that. So we should able to see our enemy game object, and now it's gonna chase our player game object wherever player goes. The enemy just gonna chase in that direction player is going. So let's have a look. So we have multiple enemies right over here. As you can see, indeed our enemy game object chasing us wherever the player is going. I'm gonna destroy, or I'm gonna shoot this, sorry. Really sorry. And you can see that. And if we just take damage now, so let's suppose we take damage. As you can see, player game object get dies. And what we want to do now, if I just press down space key, or you can make something like game over screen. I'm gonna have a video in the description, a link in the description of a video how you can just make the menu, and by that menu you can also make the game over screen. It's totally up to you. For now, what I want, if I just press down space key, I want the game to reload or this level one more time. To do so, I'm gonna get out of play mode and let's create a script for that. So just go over to project tab, then assets, script, right click, then create C# script and name it to something like scene management. I already have it over here, and you can attach this script to any game object of your hierarchy, or you can create a separate game object. It's pretty good to create a separate game object for this script. So let's go to hierarchy, right click, create an empty game object, and let's call this game object scene management. Go to transform, right click and reset the transform, and you can select an icon if you like. I'm not gonna select an icon, and let's select this script and drag it to add component section, and now double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. So what we want, I'm gonna remove this start function and these two comments, we don't need it, and also do these two namespaces in the top. Instead we need to use this using Unity Engine dot scene management, Unity Engine dot scene management, and make sure you close that off with semicolon. Why? Because we gonna work with scenes, basically the level. So that's why we need to include this namespace using Unity Engine dot scene management. Make sure you just do that. And now we're gonna go over to this update function, and update function runs every single time. So right over here we will check if input if so we're gonna check some input. So if input dot get key, and into brackets you can check for any key you like. So I'm gonna check for my space key, so that's why I'm gonna pass key code dot space and make some curly brackets. So over here what we're doing, if input dot get key code dot space, basically if we pressing down space key on our keyboard, I want to reload the game scene. To reload we need to use this scene manager dot load scene, and this this function right over here gonna take the scene name in quotation or the build index of it. So how you can see the name of the scene or the build index of it, you need to go to Unity. In the top left of Unity editor you can see file, so just click on that, and in the scroll down says build settings, so click on it. So make sure the scene is right over here. If it's not, then go to project tab, then assets and scene. You can drag the scene by manually right over here. So we can see the scene name, which is sample scene, and the build index of it we can see in the right section, which is 0. So we can pass the build index of it or the name of the scene, which is sample scene. So I'm gonna cut this. So we have seen our some name of the scene, and you can, if you just want to name it something else, so how you can just do that, you can just right click on it, the scene, and then rename that whatever you want to. I'm gonna leave with sample scene. So I'm gonna go back to script now, and make sure you're not gonna able to use this function if you haven't included this namespaces and sorry, this namespace in the top of your class using unity engine dot scene management. And then after that you're gonna able to use the scene manager, sorry, scene manager dot load scene function. And this function in quotation, it's gonna take the scene name, which in our case sample scene we can pass, or we can pass the build index, which was 0 we seen. So I'm gonna pass in quotation the name of the scene instead. So the name of the scene is sample scene, sorry, sample scene. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. And now let's go to Unity, and it's gonna take few moments. Make sure you just attach the script any game object of your hierarchy, or you can create a separate game object for that scene management. It will be fine and good to go. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, so now it's done. I'm gonna drag this in management game object top of my hierarchy so I can see that. So if we click on this play button and try to press down space key, we're gonna able to see that our the level just gonna load right away. So as you can see, so if I just die, let's suppose I take 3 damages from any enemy, something like from this one. So if we take 1 2 3, as you can see, the player game object get dies. And if I just press down a space key on my keyboard, as you we should able to see, as you can see, we reloaded our level. Whenever we press down space key, it's gonna reload the level, as you can see. So you can check for any key you like, it's totally up to you. I hope you get the idea of this, or I hope you get the idea of this. And basically make a UI something like that, and then do these things. You can call this through a button as well. I'm gonna kill this enemies, and this seems pretty good. The game looks pretty good, and we can play around and we can just kill. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. And we want to make it even more cooler. As you can see, when we reload the level, we just doing nothing. Basically I want a zoom in effect or zoom out effect, something like that. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. To do so, what are we gonna do? We're gonna make animation to this main camera, or I guess we need to make in this virtual camera. So basically what we're gonna do, if we go to ortho size, we can just make this one zoom in and out, as you can see. So I'm gonna set by default 8, 8, or we can just set 7. I guess 7 seems pretty cool. So we're gonna make the animation right over here. To do so, what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this virtual camera and go over to animation tab. Let's create a zoom in and out, if basically zoom in, sorry, zoom out effect, something like that. By default I'm gonna set this ortho size. So just go over to this virtual camera, then inspector, scroll down Cinemachine virtual camera, then lens ortho size. I'm gonna make it something like 5, 5, or we can just go with 2, or 2. I guess 2, it seems fine. And now we are ready to create our animation. To create, so let's click on this create button, and we're gonna go over to assets. In animation folder we're gonna place this animation. So let's double click that. So firstly move over to assets, then animation, and we can call this one something like zoom out effect. And let's click on save. And what we want to do inside this animation, so make sure you just click on this red button to record your animation. And we're gonna go over to 1 second, something 1 second, something like that. And you can scroll your wheel of your mouse to just make it zoom, to make it spaces, or to make it a time frame little bit up. And what we want to do, we're gonna move over to 1 second, and then we will set this one ortho size to something like 7. And now if we click on this play button, as you can see, it seems pretty cool. And once you are done with animation, make sure you just click on this record button to capture your animation. Now what we want to do, and we don't want to loop this animation, it should be after 7 something like this, it should not be looped. Basically we don't want this animation to be looped. So what we will do for that, we're gonna go over to project tab, then assets, then animation, where we created the animation. Over here we have the zoom out, so let's select that animation clip and go over to inspector, says loop time. So we're gonna uncheck this. Basically we don't want to loop this animation. Now if we click on this play button, you're gonna able to see that effect just gonna make our game more cool, even more cool. So let's have a look first, and we can just check that out. So as you can see, that's reload. And now if I just take damage 3 times, 1 2 3, as you can see, player game object get destroyed. But whenever I press space key, you're gonna see able to see, as you can see, zoom out effect seems pretty cool. And I hope you get the idea of that. And if I press down space key one more time, we can see the cool zoom out effect, and you can make anything like that. I hope you get the idea. And if you want to add audio to your game, then I will have a video in the description of a link of that video. You can go and check that out as well. If you just want to add up your audio to your game, it's gonna do that thing. And I hope you get the idea that how you can just make, we have multiple enemies right over here, so let's kill them and we are good. Okay, so I hope you get the idea that how just you can make this particular game. To do so, let's open up our player script. So let's select the player script and double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. And we will make a variable that will be int variable, like whole number 0 1 2 3 4, to keep just track of how many just we shoot on. So let's go to top of our class, and we're gonna make it somewhere around here. And we will make this one public. Why? Because we want to call or want to set this variable on another script as well, so that's why. So we're gonna make this one public, and we that will be int, and we can call this something like enemy current enemy death, current enemy, we can say death. And by default I'm gonna set it to 0, or you can leave it like this, it's automatically just gonna set by default 0. And what we want to do, we want to increase this current enemy death by 1 once the enemy game object gets totally destroyed. So basically we need to move over to our enemy script where enemy is dying. So before it dies, we just wanna increase this amount by 1. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S or go to top left file, then click on save assets, then script, and the shortcut key you can see save the script. And let's go to enemy script where we dying. So let's go there. In the bottom over here, we just destroying our enemy game object, and we showing that explosion effect. So before we destroy, we want to increase that current enemy death by 1. To do so, what are we gonna do, we're gonna type find object of type, and into arrows we have to pass the script name. So the script, we are gonna go over to our player script, and that in their player script we just created that parameter. So make this first bracket dot, and we're gonna access that parameter, which is current enemy death, and to that we're gonna add plus equal 1, and make sure to close that up with semicolon. So basically what we're doing, firstly we finding object of type player, basically the script we finding, basically we just moving over to this player script and then accessing this current enemy death. And what we're doing, we just increasing this current enemy death by 1 unit. So for the first time, if we just set this for the first time, once the enemy dies, so this current enemy death is 0, so 0 plus 1 gonna be 1, so the current enemy death just gonna increase by 1. So this gonna increase 1 whenever the enemy game object dies. This parameter right over here just gonna keep increasing by 1 unit whenever the enemy get dies. So press down Control S and make sure you just go to enemy script as well, and press Control S to save, and go to Unity to basically save the script whatever changes we made so far. So an empty field underneath our player script just gonna appear says current enemy death, and by default that just gonna be 0. But once whenever enemy just get dies, that parameter just gonna keep increasing by 1, because we just added top of that 1. So as you can see, current animated death by default is 0. So now if we just click on this play button in the top and have a look on the first enemy get dies, you're gonna able to see this current enemy death just gonna increase by 1. So let me have let's see that. So if we just, sorry, so we have enemies right over here, so let's kill that. So as you can see, current enemy death becomes 2, and then if I just kill multiple enemies, that field just keep increasing by 1 unit. I hope you get the idea that how you can just do that. But what we have to do now, we need to show that up in UI. We are showing that up over here. Instead of showing that over here, we're gonna show up in UI so the player can see how many enemies they just killed. So we have to show that in UI. So let's get out of play mode, and to show that in UI, we need to create the canvas first, and into that canvas we need to place all of the UI elements like text, images, icons, buttons, anything like that gonna go over to canvas. And to create the canvas, we need to move over to this hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to UI and select this canvas in the bottom. And if to focus on that canvas, I'm going to drag this canvas in top of my hierarchy so I can see that. As you can see, this is our canvas, and we need to change some setting. To do so, let's go over to inspector and scroll down. Over here you can see a field says canvas scalar, and it's gonna says UI scale mode to pixel constant pixel size. So what we have to do, so just click there and select scale with screen size, and put in the X something like 1920, and in the Y something 1080. So we're gonna do something 1920 in the X and 1080 in the Y. And this is now our canvas is ready. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a text field that just gonna uh, show that how many enemies we killed so far. To do so, let's right click on this canvas, then go to UI, and in this bottom you can see legacy, and then choose this text. As you can see, the text is pretty small, so what are we gonna do, we're gonna choose this rectangle right over here, and let's scale it and hold down. Also it's gonna resize from center, as you can see. And we're not able to see the text. To see that, let's increase the font size. So let's go to inspector and then font size, and we're gonna make it somewhere around 100, and now we are able to see. And let's choose font style to bold, and I'm gonna select this alignment to both of this center, so it will be always in center. And I want to change the font. To do so, I'm gonna just select a roboto font, sorry, roboto, something like that. I guess this seems pretty good. You can just go with any you like, any font you like. I'm gonna give a link in the description. You can go and check that out. And I want to change the color of this text, because we are not able to see that properly, or it's not visibly appealing, so that's why. So let's go to color field, and I'm going to choose something like a white, or you can choose any color, something like you can choose yellow. It's totally up to you. So let's suppose I'm going to choose Yellow seems pretty great. I'm gonna shrink it down a little bit, and yeah, yellow seems pretty good. And instead of new text, let's replace with something like kills or deaths, enemy deaths. We can say enemy deaths, or we can simply say kills instead, and make this colon. And I hope you get the idea. And what I want to do now, we want to just want to set this text in the top left corner all the time. To do so, we need to move over to rect transform and click right over here and hold down on and select this bottom top left one. As you can see now, if I try to scale down my screen and scale up my screen, as you can see the text just getting resized with the according to our screen size. I hope you get the idea. And I'm gonna decrease this something like, I think it's pretty good and fine. As you can see, it seems pretty good. And I guess it's good, and we can duplicate this text. So I'm gonna call this one something like kill text or kill. I'm gonna leave that. Instead, I'm gonna duplicate this one. To duplicate, let's select the text and Control D to duplicate. And I'm gonna call this one something like death count, or you can just call enemy death count or enemy killed count. So I'm gonna say something like enemy enemy kill count enemy killed count, sorry, and enemy kill count. And I'm gonna select that text and I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here. I guess it's pretty fine. And instead of saying kills, I'm gonna say something else. So I'm gonna set it to 0. We do know in this start of the game we're gonna have 0 kills or 0 enemy death count, so that's why. And for this alignment, I'm gonna choose all the way left one. So I'm gonna go to alignment and let's select this the left one. And now I hope you get the idea. And we can just increase this by 1, then 2, then 3, and the list just goes on. By default, let's set it to 0, and it seems pretty fine. And you can just expand this something over this much, and I guess it's pretty fine now. And what we have to do, as you can see, if we just go over to text field and just change this value, as you can see, we can set it to 1, we can set it to 2 and 3 and 4 and so on. So basically we need a reference of this text field, basically this enemy kill count text field, and then we can set this or change this value with our current enemy death, something like that. We can change with that. Basically we just have to link up this text uh, with our basically, if we just move over to player script to our current enemy death, so we have to just link that up. To do so, we need a reference of this text, and then we can just link that up. So we need a reference of this text. To do so, let's go to a script, and over here we're gonna go to top of our class, and we have to include this namespace. It's called using unity engine dot UI, and make sure close that up with semicolon. Why we included this namespace? Because we're gonna work with UI. This text right over here is a UI element, so that's why we need to include this namespace in top of our class. Now we can just go over here and we're gonna make an empty field of text, and then we're gonna drag this text right there. So we're gonna have a reference of this text, then we can set any value we like. Basically we're just gonna link up this text with our current enemy death. So let's go to our script, and over here let's make a, it doesn't, we can just make this one serialize field, and that will be text, and we can call something like current enemy kill text, something like that we can say. And make sure close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code and go back to Unity. So underneath our player script, we're gonna able to see and field just gonna appear says current enemy kill counts, kill text, something like that. So what we have to do, we need to drag this text right there, so we're gonna have the reference or the link, then we can set or link up that current enemy death. So if I select this player game object now, as you can see current enemy kill text and it says none, empty. So what are we gonna do, we're gonna select this current enemy kill count, basically we just selecting that game object or the text, and we're gonna drag it right over here. As you can see now we have the text reference of over here enemy kill count. So enemy kill count, basically this text right over here. Now we can set or link up. To do so, let's go to script now one more time, and we're gonna move over to this update function, sorry, this update function. And we do know that update function runs every single time, so that's why we're gonna go over there, and we need to just keep track of how many enemy just killed, and we need to set the text. So to do so, let's go something right over here, and we're gonna go to current enemy kill text, then we're gonna access the text, and we will set equal to current enemy death, something like that, and close that up with semicolon. And right over here, this is a string value and this is a int value. As you can see, a current enemy death is a int value, so we need to convert this int value to a string. In order to convert this into a string, we just have to type dot to string and make this first bracket. So what we're doing right over here, let me explain. So we just going over to current enemy kill text and accessing this text. Basically we're just moving over to this current enemy and then accessing this text, and we're setting this that text equal to current enemy death. So let's suppose current enemy death is right over here, something like we just kill or we shoot on two enemy game objects. So this right over here gonna be 2. So that's why this current enemy kill text dot text right over here gonna be true. Why? Because we directly setting it, as you can see. So whatever we current enemy death is, we just storing that value into this current enemy kill text dot text into that value. And I hope you get the idea of this. Now save this code and let's go to Unity, and we will able to see that that text, basically this text right over here or in the UI, just gonna change with current enemy death or how many enemies we just killed so far or we just shoot on. So just wait, and that, as you can see, current enemy death by default is 0. So that's why this text right over here gonna be 0. But once this current enemy death, so if I select this player game object, this one becomes 1, then it's gonna just change with this. So let's have a look. So let's click in play button in the top and take a look on that. So just wait, and now if I just move around in the scene view, sorry, in the game, and just kill, as you can see, indeed that just get changed. If I just kill this one, it's also changing. We killed 3 so far, and let's kill some others as well. Basically let's shoot on other. We So let's go right over here in this room. We can move make the movement a little bit fast. Sorry, we just sorry and we can just so what you can do, you can just make a path finding as well. If you want to make the game even more cooler, you can just add up a path finding, so the game will be so much cool to play. And we get died. And now if I just press space key, as you can see that just the game just gets loaded up. I hope you get the idea. And it's time to build our game. So I'm gonna kill some enemies. Let's kill this one, and I hope you get the idea of this. And it's time to create our game. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and to create our game or to build it, we're gonna go to top left in the file. So let's go there and go to build settings, and over here just click on this player setting. Before you do, make sure all of the scene is right over here. If you cannot find the sample scene right over here, so what you have to do, you need to go to project tab, then assets, then scenes, and select that scene right over here and drag it right here in scenes in build. And after that, just click on this player settings, and we have to change some settings. So I'm gonna name this something like product name, or basically the game name. So I'm gonna say 2D top down shooting, top down shooting, top down shooting. And we can name the company, so I'm gonna name it something like bad code, bad code. And you can just once you make the game for the second time, make sure you just increase this version something like by 1.1, and for second time you can say something like 1.2, and the list just goes on. And you can drag an icon if you just wanna just basically if you want to have a icon for your game, then you can drag it right over here. So let me show an example. Let me show you an example. So I'm going to go to project tab, then assets, and sprite. I have it over here. So sorry, I'm gonna select something like this one, environment. I'm gonna select that and drag it right over here. Or what else you can do, you can just click on this and you can select any icon you like, and you can just go with it. So I already have drag it, I'm not gonna do. And let's go to resolution and presentation, and it will be something like full screen window, and this resizable window will be unchecked. So you can just leave this, it's doesn't matter at all, and just play around, you just gonna get a hang of it. So I'm gonna just select this window and resizable window, sorry, windowed and resizable. Let's go to splash image, and if we just click on this preview, we can see Unity logo, and then the game just load up. And if you want to have a custom logo, then what you can do is just drag a little bit. In the bottom you can see hit plus icon, so just hit that, and you can drag a icon over here you want to like. When the player games when the player open up the game for the first time, or open up the game, then the player can see the logo. So you can choose any logo you like. So I'm gonna choose something like, if you have it in project tab or in assets folder, so basically you can just drag that right away over here. And let's suppose I'm gonna choose something else, something. I'm gonna drag down little bit, something like this. I guess it's pretty. So if I now just click on this preview, as you can see that logo just played, and after that the game just loaded up with our Unity logo. And if you just want to get rid of Unity logo, I guess in Unity 6, which recently launched, in there is no Unity logo. You can just add up a custom logo. So you can just you can just go with that version. In that version, Unity logo, I guess it just removed, and you can just add up any custom logo you want. And that's a pretty good move for Unity game engine, and I like that. I haven't installed the Unity 6 yet to my system. You can do that if you want. And let's suppose you still want to just want to get rid of that Unity logo, then you have to pay a little bit to Unity. And I hope you get the idea, and you can choose the background color as well if you want. And I'm gonna go over to other settings now, and we don't have to do and nothing have to do right over here. But if we are Android, we have to change some settings right over here. I already have a tutorial on that, how you can make a game for Android, or for to make Play Store ready. You can watch that video, I have a link in the description. You can just go with my full course playlist of Unity. You can go and you gonna find that tutorial. I have that. So I hope you get the idea, and once you are done with all of those settings, then you can see build and run over here in the bottom right. So just click on that and create a separate folder for this. So just right click, then new folder, and name that folder to something like build. I already have it over here, so I'm gonna select that folder, and let's click on select folder, and I'm gonna save whatever changes I made. So I'm gonna click on save, so the game just gonna be saved, and it will just take a few moments for just making our game, and right away you gonna able to play your game. I hope you get the idea that how you can make a game for Windows basically for this tutorial, and you can just implement the same thing with another platform as well, something like with Android as well. You can just introduce simple input or touch buttons to just move left and right, up and down, something like that. You can do that. I hope you get the idea of this, and it's gonna take a few moments for just making our game, and once it done, you're gonna able to play your game right away, or once the build is totally completed. So just wait, and it's gonna take a few moments, something like 1 to 2 minutes, and for the first time it can take up to 4 minutes, depending upon how many resources you have in your project. It's gonna depend upon that. Let's suppose you have a lot of sprites assets in your project, then it might take a little bit longer time than you expect to do just complete on. So as you can see, our game loaded up, and we can just play our game. As you can see, we can just kill these enemies, and we can go up, and let's kill this one, and let's go up here, let's kill this one as well. And I hope you get the idea, and I'm gonna cut this. So lastly, I want to thank you all of you guys for watching this video till the end, and a new tutorial will come out soon, as well as something like on Thursday and Sunday. I'm just gonna release new tutorials on my channel, so make sure you just sub to the channel and hit that bell icon to for so you don't not gonna miss out any upcoming tutorials of mine. So you can just do that, and lastly, thanks for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed this, and bye bye. I will see you in the next tutorial.